Testing, testing. I said yes.
All right, sweet.
I can hear. What are you hearing me say? Tell me what I'm saying so I can make sure. Okay, you hear Joe? Okay, they're laughing. Okay. Testing $1 million. Okay, working. All right,
I can't tell if he's saying he heard me ha 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 or if he is ha ha ha. I don't know.
we're having some audio issues, guys, so we're gonna try to feed it. Okay. Let me go find Ballard, then we'll get started.
Yeah.
Can't see though.
What's up, guys? We're gonna get started here in like 2 minutes, so everyone take your seats, get comfortable, and we'll be getting started shortly. All right, what's up, guys? Welcome to our 6-year boot camp. So just by show of hands, is this your first boot camp? Raise your hand. Oh, wow. Wow, okay, awesome. Awesome, welcome, guys. So we're able to do this stuff because of you.
I wanted to ask one thing. Who's here since the first, who's originally had my seat here?
Like day ones, okay.
Wow, yeah.
Like,
Yeah. So,
yeah.
so give yourself a round of
Yeah.
applause. And we're trying to ensure that everything, well, the problem also is like, this is far away, right? So people flying all over the place. So this is the first step for you guys to, I guess, like, I'm glad that you guys are serious. You're showing us you're serious. So we're gonna do everything we can to help you as well. So
Yeah, so just a quick rundown on our schedule today, just to keep it easy, is we have a couple moderator presentations going on today. After that, we're going to take a quick lunch. Then we're going to be talking about Success Trader, our broker that we use. And then we're going to open up to a moderator Q&A. So every single question that you guys have, we're going to answer every single one as detailed as you want, as basic as you want. Any moderator that you want specific questions for, we'll take care of that. And then this afternoon is going to be the Success Trader laser tag. So if you guys are part of Success Trader or looking to open up an account, you'll find Ross, Filippo, Bobby in the back somewhere there. Come to laser tag, have some fun. Val and I will be doing the private dinner, and then tomorrow morning is live trading. So ideally aim to be here around 8 a.m. Probably get started at 8:39, and then yeah. So just so you guys know, have fun tonight, but make sure you're awake early tomorrow for live trading, because we're gonna get started if you're here or not here. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Before we get started with the presentations, we would like to do something special. There's someone here that has been supporting MIC for a very long time, and David, we'd like to bring you up and promote you to a moderator, man. Yeah. Yeah. You have anything to say?
So maybe he doesn't want to do it.
Speak out. Go ahead, Sean. No, well, I have been around for a while. I haven't been here as long as Eric. I was trying to go back in my head. I actually had to ask you guys last year, when did I go full time? I started at the end of 2020. And I started as a monthly member. I think it was like a $30 special or something. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to try it out because I was watching you on YouTube, all the free videos and stuff. And I'm like, if these guys are as crazy like in the room as they are here, like for real on YouTube, it's going to be a lot of fun. So I did a monthly, and then I went right to annual. And when my annual expired, I panicked because like my account locked up, and I'm like, what's going on? And they're like, your annual expired. I'm like, oh, can I go lifetime? They're like, yeah. So since June of 21, I've been lifetime. The only advice I can give people is be patient. Everybody wants the Lambo, click, 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 I'm going to be rich. If that's your mindset, save your money, put it in a long-term bond somewhere, and just enjoy your life, because it doesn't work that way. If you're not prepared to do 3 years plus of just pain and struggle and figuring yourself out, you're in the wrong place, man. You know, these guys are proof
took Alex a few years to become profitable, and
And we have a lot of the same similar stories, like people over there, all these guys are coming up and say, hey, Val, thank you, finally clicked. So I mean, it's all, basically, this is like part-time for you guys, right? So it's not like, so a lot of times people come in thinking they can learn everything in a month, a week, and then pound out and then get disappointed knowing that, hey, this thing may take some time, but anything good, it's gonna have to take some time, right?
it's like,
You learn anything in life, how can you master that in a month?
yep, I've worked my professional career. I worked on computer, telephone, networks, and stuff like that. And I didn't learn how to do that stuff overnight. So you have to just give it time and keep yourself in the game for as long as possible. Don't do something stupid and let your ego get the best of you, because if you want to blow up an account, thankfully, I've never blown up an account. I'm not going to do that. I've lost money. I've lost money, and I've had what I call a slow bleeding trickle for a course of years. It's where I started in 2017, but not
See your
anymore.
proctologist.
Risk management is number one, and I mean that's all there is. If you lose your account, you're done until you can fund it again. And you don't want to do that. So thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I'm here for as long as you want me.
So that's what it's all about, guys. It's just being able to see traders that join the community, are just starting off just like you, and eventually finding the success to be able to pass the elevator back down. So David is a prime example of the perfect MIC member that puts in the work, that participates, and helps other members. So shout out to David. Yeah. For sure. So we're gonna get started with the presentations here. So I think Steven is first. So Steven, if you want to make your way up here.
Hey, does that mean David gets one of these shirts now? Yeah.
Okay, can you guys hear me okay? All right, so I did a lot of yelling. I didn't drink yesterday, but I did a lot of yelling, so my voice is a little hoarse. Sorry about that. So we're going to talk today about the discipline workshop.
Hold on, Stephen.
Oh, we're still getting ready.
This room's ready, but the virtual one's not.
We're always waiting on those guys.
Always waiting on those guys.
I feel like there's more people here in Orlando that aren't here right now, because I think a lot of them are crazy now. So next time we got to start at like 11 a.m. I think. There's at least like 5 guys I know I saw last night.
There's a lot of people still upstairs hungover.
Yes. We need like a registry. Like if you think you're going to be out late, give us your room number and somebody will on your door. Val knows the feeling. Val. So just while we're waiting, just curious, who came here from outside of America? Wow. Where'd you guys fly in from? Yeah. From Canada. Canada. Okay, who came from somewhere besides Canada? Who flew in? Oh, Mexico City? Cool, awesome. Nobody from Europe, huh? Except me and Tom? Cool. Last year we had a member come from like Singapore, just randomly, and then he won like that.
You want the giveaway?
Yeah, the giveaway. That's true. Yeah, no. You had stuff like last year I came in like Friday, and you're like jet lag, it's like 18-hour flights, layovers. So I'm like, oh my God. Then I show up and everybody wants to hang out. There's so much energy. So this year I'm like, I'm flying in on Thursday. Kind of recover a little bit, too, to the time zone. Cool. So just push the button, huh? Awesome. Okay, so just curious, who here is currently active in the discipline workshop? Cool, cool. Cool, cool. You guys are shy. Okay, so who has never heard of the discipline workshop? Okay, so everybody's heard of it, but not everybody's active, which is kind of interesting. So I'm gonna kind of, you hear me okay? Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna kind of go over the discipline workshop, what we do, then we'll get into like the Q&A, and then we'll do some kind of fun stuff. So the discipline workshop, I mean, I don't know exactly how long it's been. I think it's been like a year and a half since we created it. It started like, the story's kind of funny. I kept getting the same questions like, I don't know, weekly or daily. It was like, hey, I need help. I have a max loss and I need like help with discipline. So I kind of came up with this game plan, which isn't really mine. I mean, really it was Alex and Val's. But I would like copy paste the rules and it was like, okay, first of all, size down, right? Second of all, Alex used to always say like, just focus on your plan. So don't focus on the problems. When every day you're thinking like, I need to make $100 or $500 or whatever, then you lose a little bit, then you fight it because you really want to make that $100. You've got these daily goals. And I think that's like a really bad way to go about it. So what Alex always taught was, you get a plan in place and all you do is execute the plan. If you execute it and you stuck to the plan, then you won, right? And that's all you need to worry about. When you always have discipline wins, we call it discipline wins, then you'll see that the P&L will usually follow. So I kept laying all these rules out and telling everybody the same thing. And at one point I had like 5 or 6 guys in the same day asking me the same question. So I sent it to all of them and I said, you know what? Like, let's just make a group chat and we'll do the rules together for a week. How do I skip to the next page? How do I move? No? Yeah, that's cool. So anyways, so what I ended up doing is we made like a group chat. And I think the group chats can go up to like 9 or 10. So I said in one of the channels like, hey, who wants to join this kind of TAD group for a week? Was anybody a part of that first group? Just curious. No. Okay. Who? Yes. So you remember, you know the history. So we made that little group chat. Cool. Man, you've been here from the beginning for everything. So we made that little group chat and everybody's excited. We're like, yeah, let's do it. So I think that the channel said we could get like a few more. So I put in after hours like, hey, we've got a couple spots, like who wants to join this group for like a week or whatever. And we had like 50 DMs, right? So I'm like, all right, so we need a channel, right? So we need a channel. So we made the channel private. We're like, okay, we're going to do this private tab group. But then for the next week, I probably got like 50 more DMs. And I'm like, okay, we should just, I talked to Alex, we should just make this a public channel. So that's kind of the way it started. I'm still waiting on the thing. Oh, here we go. It's cool.
Hold your tongue in the right place.
Exactly. And how do I go back like this? Okay, cool. Cool. So that's how the discipline workshop started. We started something called the Discipline Workshop Graduate Program, which I think we might get into later, but pretty much we would watch the members who did really well. We did calendars based on your wins and losses, so they're called discipline calendars. When the members get a couple months of all discipline wins, then we would graduate them, which means they got some special privileges like, posting value add charts and main chat, stuff like that. Yeah, so this is basically the history of it. I kind of went through this already. The guidelines are simple. I'll kind of go over this with you guys. So first of all, like I said, we size down to about 50% of our normal size because the idea is, we're trying to learn the rules. We're trying to get started in trading, so we don't need to be sized up. When you size up, everything gets more stressful, right? So in the morning, we post our plans in the channel. Plans, like you guys see the watch list, like Tom, Alex's, and Harry's watch list. They've all got like, the entry levels, maybe the idea behind the trade, but we need to still have our own plan, which is like, the share size we're going to use, the risk amount, where our stops are going to be, where our covers are going to be. So that's a full plan. A full plan isn't really like, I'm going to enter here and then you don't know what's going to happen because even though other guys are trading it, everybody should know, like, I'm willing to risk whatever it is, $100 or $200. So you gotta like do the math. Like I need 50 shares, I can move this far. You know what I mean? So you gotta like plan all that out. So in the morning, in the channel, we plan all that out. We post the plans. We download a calendar, like I mentioned, this discipline workshop calendar. When we execute, we show the executions. And the great thing about the channel, it's really like a big tab group. Like if you guys, anybody who's in there, you guys know. Everybody, especially Arik, man, we gotta bring Arik up here soon. So yeah, Arik. This guy's like, yeah, he's great. Phil, Chuck, all you guys, with all you graduates. So we post the executions. Discipline Workshop graduates and members chime in on the charts. They help you guys with any issues. So what it ends up being is really like a big kind of tab group, and you guys all look out for each other, and it's pretty cool. I mean, it's grown the last year more than I could have expected. There's probably, I mean, how many active members would you guys say? Like super active. I mean, there's probably 30 or 40 that are active, like participating, but they don't post because they tell me all the time, like a lot of the Europeans, I don't know why, but they're just not so like chatty as Americans are. No offense. But yeah, so they kind of do it on their own time because of the time difference, but they still follow the process. They just don't always post it. So it's pretty cool. So then, yeah, so then we post the executions, then we post our calendars. As I mentioned earlier, there's a win for days that you stuck to the plan regardless of the P&L. A loss, even if you won on the trade, you're green, but you didn't stick to the plan, it's a loss, right? So we're only focused on sticking to the plans. Risk management, that's the basics. I think everybody knows that, but we always want to start with max daily loss, max shares, hard stops always. So all that stuff is also defined in our plans. The notes, so if you've got you can't deviate from the plan unless there's like a real technical reason, which is like whatever you saw. I mean, you saw something that changed the landscape or something in your process that changed. And when I see a death candle, if you're long, I get out, or whatever the case is. If I'm grinding with higher lows, I get out short or whatever it is. But that's your process. You could deviate if something changes. You can't deviate for emotions like I didn't feel it was going to work. I mean, you could have a time process if it doesn't work in 20 minutes or by zombie or whatever, but you can't just exit or change your plan just based on your emotion. The idea is we trade like algos. We trade with no emotion. We have the plans and then we execute. And that's the best way to trade because the market is obviously designed to exploit our emotions. So if you could just get your process into an algo, that's pretty much what you're trying to do. So no emotions, just trade. And even me, like if I have a green day, I try not to get too happy about it. I'm like, okay, it's green, I expect it. If it's red, it doesn't bother me. I don't want my emotions like swinging like this every day. If your emotions are swinging like this, then probably your size too. Then obviously as part of the process, if you guys deviate from your plans, you explain why, right? This is an workshop graduate. I kind of covered this, but pretty much guys are eligible, guys and gals are eligible after a couple months of great results. We ask people to nominate members. Members usually DM me and they say, hey, I want to nominate this member. Then obviously you get I don't have my shirt here, but you get this shirt. Can you show them the shirt? A discipline workshop shirt. I personally think these are the nicest shirts we've done, except for today's meetup shirt. These are really good shirts. Year of the Dragon, like me. Yeah. So graduates get these shirts. Like I mentioned, they get special privileges. They can post like moderators and main chat, value add, no memes, right? Okay, so here's kind of some questions. I kind of went through this already when we were waiting, but I'd kind of like to ask some of the people here who are active in the workshop or graduates, kind of their experience with the workshop. Does anybody want to talk? If not, I'm going to call on you and I'm going to make you really uncomfortable. Anybody? I'm like, anybody at all? You'll go first? Others go first. So I know Phil because Phil, we talked last year at this same thing, and Phil was a great guy to talk to. So if you don't mind, maybe just tell us like your brief experience in the workshop, how you got started, and Phil, just so you guys know, he kills it on this discipline. I mean, it's just amazing. But yeah, when did you join? What was your experience, and how did it help you?
Well, joined after my first year of doing stand-up.
Feels like, thank you, Stephen. Oh, we're gonna mic him up.
You can use the mic on the stand or that one.
Feels like, thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much.
Is it on?
Yeah,
Mic
yeah,
check?
it's okay.
So I joined after like a year of being at MIC. Stephen reached out to me and said, get into it, try it out, test it out. I was really shy, to be honest with you. I just posted my plans every day. I'm more a statistical based trader with a little bit of discretionary. And when I got into it, I just posted my plans, showing my charts. And then when I came to my first meetup last year, Stephen sat right beside me, like in the middle.
Yep.
He said, "How you liking the discipline workshop? Like you've been killing it." And I was like, and he asked me, like, how you become so disciplined? I said, to be honest with you, I just go to the gym every day, and I just want to be 1% better every day. And when he asked me like, what you do with plan, I was like, I was like 1-2 bullet guy, so I was just putting that my line, covering that support, and then now I've changed it a little bit, but that's really all I did, and I just kept doing that. And when he graduated me, I was actually in the gym.
I remember that. Yeah, everybody in the channels was like, "Congrats!" and you're like, "What's going on?"
Yeah, my phone was just on the bench blinking, and I was like, "What's going on?" I was scared, and I thought you're like something must be wrong. Dying because normally my phone ring like that. It's like, okay, somebody died. So when I looked, it's like congratulations. I was like, okay, what happened? What did I do? So when I looked, I was graduated, and now I just help when y'all post charts. I like to learn from y'all. Really, like I'm no better than nobody here. I'm the same person. I like to have fun, and I talk to A-Ray like every day. He's giving me slack all the time, saying when you're done, go to the gym, leave the house, and he kicks my butt. You know? When I've been chat with Steven, and then it'd be like nice trades, like a little football team, slap on the butt type stuff. So yeah, that's about it. That's really all I do.
Yeah, you've been acting in the workshop for more than a year.
Yeah, like a year now.
Because we talked about this last year.
Yeah. Cool. So I was like I think I was round 3 of the graduate.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah.
Cool. So what would you say is the number one thing that it helped you with, or lesson that you learned from the workshop?
It helps me just follow my plan and not worry about being there. I really, before I joined, I used to hide my being there. Now I've turned it back on. I don't even care about it. Like I could be down, I could be up. I learned how to size down when I'm not doing well, and learn how to size up when I am doing well, and that's really it. It's just about just staying in flow, staying in tune with the market. Make sure you're just following the process. I hear Alex when I'm in live trade say, "I'm just following my plan. Just following my plan." Next
Following the plan.
He'd be like, "Oh my God, it's a lot of money." He's not noticing this P&L. Same thing with me. I'm not noticing P&L until I'm done with the day, and then I do my little money dance. So,
whoa, wait. We want to see the money dance. Money dance. Money dance. Is there some music?
you gotta play my song for me.
All I do is win. That's the
It's
song.
called "No Complaints" by Drake and Offset.
Anybody got that?
No.
No complaints?
Yeah, it's a great song. I just play it in my room.
I'll play it right now. I gotta hear this.
I do a little money dance. But y'all putting me on blast right now. That's what I do on my PJs.
No complaints from Noah? From who?
Drake and Offset.
Perfect. All right, let's see.
Oh,
Hold it to the mic.
I will, yeah. Let me get to this commercial.
You don't pay for free.
No.
it became a little strip club in there.
Do you have low T?
Got it. Yeah. Here, I got it. I want to see the money dance. Somebody record this. So this is when you win, right? When you have a good day. So is this before the gym or after the gym? All right.
Yeah.
Money dance.
We got some right. Look at where it's Robbing the bank, bank. Pull out the bank. You was a stranger. We don't relate. Rest in the safe.
So we gotta set up like a money dance channel now. Sorry.
The thing is, guys, it's all fun and games when you're making money and you're, being profitable. But the big thing is we all lose money as well. So the amount of people that raise their hands here for participation is very low, right? You guys are all here because you're the most committed. You guys are the most serious. And if you're the most serious, you have to be utilizing the resources that we offer. The Discipline Workshop is great if you're already extremely profitable, and it helps you reinforce that. But if not, if you're struggling, discipline is what's separating you from, finding your profits. Having an accountability buddy like REG and, everyone together, we're all, a team in this. So if you're not part of the Discipline Workshop, if you guys are not utilizing the resources, how do you expect to beat the learning curve fast, right? So what Steven's talking about here is cutting down your size, being focused on sticking to your plans versus making money. Those are the little tweaks that you make in your trading that make all the difference and hopefully one day allow you to do the money dance, right? So if you guys are all here, you should all be participating in the Discipline Workshop, all trying to find another accountability buddy in the workshop, because the people participating in the workshop are also just as serious as you, and they will keep you accountable, which is what you need.
Nice, man. So we want to see the money dance more. Or tell us when you're going to do it. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so
it's free. It's there.
I mean, there's no cost for it. You just So there's a channel in Slack. So everybody would they'd be interested. There's a channel in Slack. It's called Discipline Workshop, and all you've got to do, we post the onboarding videos, and after hours we post it in the channel. Or if you DM or you just post, we've got the rules pinned in the channel. But if you reach out to myself or any of the graduates and you just ask how do I get started, we'll help you out. But pretty much, you download the calendar as bookmark and you follow the rules. And, I went over the rules. That's pretty much it. I'm kind of curious too. Yeah. Money dance. Does anybody else who's active in the workshop? I'm not going to put you on the spot if you don't want to talk. Does anybody else have any thoughts or advice or want to share their story? I'm looking at you guys. I'm waiting. If not, I won't call on you guys. You want to talk? Cool. So REG graduated. When did you graduate? You graduated a while ago. Okay. When is this one? Cool. Yeah. So REG is graduated back in February. REG.
Should I come to the front?
The guys of you who are active in the channel know that REG is maybe one of the more active members of the channel. He is commenting on pretty much every chart, helping every member privately in DMs. He's helping out. It's really just amazing. I love to see the growth. I love to see how well you're doing. Your discipline has always been on point, and you're exactly the kind of member that we love to have. You're exactly ground-up guy, MIC guy, and you are just helping the members, and that's what we're all about.
Well, I have to give you credit. Last year in October, somewhere in Nevada.
Oh, you're going to tell that story.
No, not the full story.
You can tell it. There's a Vegas story in there.
There's a Vegas story somewhere, but Steven said, hey, I see your trading. It's good, but I want you to get better. And he's like, join the Discipline Workshop, see how it works out for you. He's like, I challenge you to go in the workshop and have at it. And honestly, without the Discipline Workshop, without live trading, without all the help from all the moderators, man, I was telling on us, I'm like, 1 year ago, about more than a year ago, I didn't know how to locate a short. And to be standing here and talking in front of you, it's an honor, and all the credit goes to moderators, the Discipline Workshop, because it exposes you publicly, right? Like your trades. It makes you want to give feedback to yourself, to others. Makes you want to improve. I always ask myself, how bad do you want it? How bad do you want it? And I know we could have part-time jobs and things, but you have to make sacrifices. And the Discipline Workshop, it's like it's like a forum, right? If you don't give feedback to yourself, if you don't reflect on your trades, what are you doing? You're just stagnant. And everybody in the workshop is so great. Everybody, I found my tabs in the workshop.
Right. It's a great place to find your tab.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think if you have the ability, if you have the time, and you're serious about trading and you're just getting started, there's no reason for you not to join the workshop.
Yep, agreed. So I don't want to put you on the spot too much, but, and I might just ask the guys instead, do you ever have like a loss in discipline? I mean, I see your calendars, man.
I did have my...
He said he did, that means like once.
Huh?
TPST?
Oh, okay, TPST.
So when was that?
That was in November. It was my biggest...
So but is that like the last discipline loss you've had?
I had a pretty big loss in June.
But discipline loss?
Discipline, yeah. One in June, and then one, I think... Actually, no, it was not a discipline loss. It was just a P&L.
So it wasn't, so the discipline loss was November?
Last one was June. Yeah,
Okay,
last one
but
was
besides
June.
that was
It
probably
was,
November.
yeah, probably November.
So, I mean, sticking to your plan every day for 6 months, 8 months, losing discipline one day, that's pretty amazing.
And
that's like really amazing.
thank you. And again, that's credit to the discipline workshop. I mean, trading is about basics, right? And mastering those basics, understanding the basics, and trading ultimately is how you put the basics together. And there is no other way to put the basics together like discipline. And it's, just like how Bao says, it's just like painting the picture, put yourself as the operator, plug in discipline, and just, like you're saying, it doesn't matter about P&L, just do what's in front of you and then get out.
And yeah, and I'm guessing, what everybody seems to notice is when we stick to our plans, and a lot of guys, we don't like ask to post P&L, but some guys track it on their own, or some guys put it. But what you notice at the end of the month is we do a month-end recap. And what we notice and what members notice, I like them to notice on their own, because when we say it, it's just different than when you experience it, right? So, and you guys, I think, know what I'm going to say. What they notice is if they cut out the discipline losses, then even just say that those P&L losses, they usually result in a loss, are minimized to what the plan should have been. In other words, like your plan said you could only lose 100, but you lost whatever, 400 or 500. You cut those losses out, the losses out. You count them as just your straight loss for what the plan should have been. And not only is your P&L clearly a lot better, but a lot of them would have been profitable. And a lot of guys who are like, I haven't had a profitable month, I'm trying. They do the math and they're like, I would have been profitable for 3 months. And that's usually the trigger where they say, I need to stick to my plans. But if I tell you guys that, it sounds cool, I guess, but most people just don't listen. You got to experience it for yourself. And that's why we ask for the month-end recaps. At the end of the month, we say, tell us what you learned, what are your lessons? And usually, that's a big one, I think, because people realize, wow, it really helps. And I would have been a lot more green, or I would have been green had I just accepted losses where I should have accepted them if they were losses and stuck to my plans. So I'm sure while you've never really had a discipline loss month, but I'm sure that you realize that pretty early on.
Absolutely. And I think like the guidelines say, sizing down, it's such an underestimated power. And, I consider the stock market a world of chaos. There's no it's just movements and, it's trends and things. And there's no you just come in and the only tools you have is what? Your stop loss, your size, and your plan. Those are the only tools you really have with you in such a chaotic world like the stock market. And, that's what the discipline workshop aims to make you kind of show your plan and stick to it.
Cool. Yeah. Thank you, Art. Awesome. Good job. Does anybody else want to talk about any lessons? Chuck? Chuck is also a graduate. I love the shirt. And a great guy. Awesome.
Hey, how you doing? I just wanted to share my story a little bit because it's different from the other guys. I joined, I called Alex after I blew up. I was on a plane for my anniversary with my wife, and he talked me off the ledge, saved my career. James, all the mods have helped me, but I started and I was in MIC for a couple of years, and I was talking to Steven, and I was dealing with issues with FOMO, and I stick to a plan, revenge trading, everything, we all do it. And for some of the guys that have been in MIC for a while that are still struggling with discipline and things like that, man, I would advise, man, to swallow your pride. Like last meetup, he was on me, banging me, banging me. You joined the discipline workshop, man. It's gonna help you. And I was like, man.
And it took a while. Like, we
Yeah,
were talking about this.
I'm a stubborn bastard,
Yeah.
you know. And so finally I did, and it's really helped me, you know, with the FOMO, revenge trading, just everything. And now I have a plan, you know, between Discipline Workshop and my tab, Jason W. He's not here, but it's just awesome. I would advise everybody, no matter, you know, if you're still not there yet, you've been here in MIC for a few years, get in there and try it, man. You know, swallow your pride. Don't be like me, and do it up.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks, Chuck. Awesome. So I'd say, like, if you're unsure or maybe you don't want to try it, I would say, like, do it for like a month, right? You do it for a month and you see how your month goes. Usually people are surprised. And that's usually what I challenge people like you, and I probably told Chuck, like, give it 30 days. Mateo's not here. Mateo's living in Italy. You guys all know him. He's a graduate. He's got a great story that he shares every couple months. March of last year, which is about a year and a half ago, he came to me and he's like, I'm throwing in the towel. You know, it's not working. I'm quitting. And, you know, I also talked him off the ledge, and I was like, look, and he's like, I feel ashamed. I want to do this for my family, and I couldn't do it. I'm sharing this because he also shares it. So it's a little personal, but he's pretty open about it and likes to share his story. So I told him, like, hey, at this point, you've got nothing to lose. You're already quitting. So if you're already going to quit, why don't you just try it for 30 days and see what happens? Because, I mean, you know, you owe it to yourself and your family to just try, right? So he's like, okay. So he reluctantly tried it, and I'm not making this story up, but I think it was like 3 months. He never had a red day. And that was like March to like whatever that was, June. Some of you guys will probably remember that. I mean, I think it was after 2 months or 2.5 months, he had one red day. And he was like, just went from not being consistent, throwing in the towel, to like, I've been green for 3 months. And it was pretty amazing. And I don't check in on him like lately about his P&L, but I know like he seems to be pretty good. He's a killer. Yeah, so we graduated him. Yeah, he sized up. He's killing it. He's living life. He's traveling. He's doing good. He was I met him at an Amsterdam meetup, so I know him pretty well. Then he ended up moving back and getting a big place with his family and back in Italy. So yeah, he's doing great. Wish he was here to share his story, but that's pretty much it. So I'd say, like, if anybody is new on the fence, frustrated, you've got like emotions coming into your trading and things just maybe aren't going well, or if you just want to get a bigger edge, you're already profitable, but you just want to get a bigger edge, give it a shot, like 30-day challenge, give it a shot. Start, and then in a month, post your lessons and what you learned, and I think you guys will see that things changed. I mean, nobody had issues, went broke, or had any real trouble by following their plans, right? So I'd say give it a shot. Let's see, what else we got here? Man, it's not. Could you just skip to the next one, maybe?
Yep.
I can't do it. Cool. So yeah, we kind of talked about this, the Discipline Workshop graduate shirts. When you graduate, you get one of these. We haven't given these Discipline Workshop kind of participation shirts out for a while, but maybe we should start doing that again. These are a lot of fun. Cool. Some of the kind of, you know, testimonials, I mean, you guys could kind of read that if you want. I'd like to, yes, get into the Q&A. Does anybody have any questions or other experiences? If you maybe are in the channel, or if you think you need discipline, you want to share some of your story, or you just have questions. Maybe let me get you the mic. There you go. Yeah.
So I have a question for the Discipline Workshop members. Do you find yourself maybe doubting yourself on the mornings when you see all the members' plans? Do you see like your levels are off, or do you find yourself doubting when you see all their plans? Or you change your levels based on what they do?
Andy's going to take this one.
Can you hear me?
I think it's on you.
Okay, so I'm Andrew. So regarding your question about plans, man, this is something I talk with a lot of the newer members about who try to join the discipline workshop. We have a lot of tools in MIC, right? We have Tom's watch list, we have Alex's watch list, Harry posts his watch list. The thing is, when it comes to tools, right, they are tools. And what you see and what someone else may see and what Alex sees, what Tom sees, is going to be different from your plan and how you are going to execute your trading, because the way you trade is going to be vastly different from them every single time. So with the workshop, the great thing about it, kind of like what Eric was saying, Stephen, was that there's a bunch of people. There are a bunch of people that you can consider as a tab. Make your plan. I make my plan prior to when Alex, Harry, Tom, all of them post their stuff, and then I compare my plan afterwards, right? It's a tool. It's not an end-all, be-all. So how you trade, how you want to execute, how you see your plan is how you're going to write everything out and then use them as a tool. Okay, Alex may see the $2 line to short, right? I see a 220. I know that there's a similarity there, so I know I'm probably generally in the right area. But when it comes to your plan, it's your plan. Trade your plan, and you're going to see a massive improvement on gains.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks, Andrew. So while you got the mic, I got Andrew to stand up now. I was waiting, and he never raised his hand, so now I got him. Andrew's a guy who is pretty new to MIC. I mean, 4 or 5 months?
I joined MIC in March.
Okay, cool. March is like the magical month, yeah. So, I mean, I'd like you to tell your story, but I know you're not going to brag, so I want to brag a little bit for you. Andrew's a guy who I think you traded a little bit before, but not really much experience.
I bought some crypto.
Okay, so no real.
No, not real trading. No.
Yeah, no real trading.
Keep that to myself.
So I'm gonna let him talk, but I just want to share because I know he's not going to brag. Andrew is a guy who pretty quickly you joined the discipline workshop, and we were talking right away when you joined MIC, and then you got in the workshop pretty quick. He got super active in there. He got pretty active in Alex's live trades, which is the best combination with the discipline workshop ever created by any trading group in history. And you guys are going to see this copied in the future, I'm sure. But you joined the live trades, you got the discipline workshop, you got super active in the workshop, and I just couldn't believe it, but it was kind of a Mateo story. But Mateo wasn't a new trader. You were a new trader, and I mean, your like second month, your month-end results were like green calendars. And I'm like, aren't you new to trading? Like, how did this happen in like a month or two? Then your next month was the same, your next month was the same, and you've been just pretty much green discipline. And I don't, you might not be comfortable talking about P&L, but from what I understand, like you're doing pretty well. So I think that's amazing. And you are a perfect example of somebody who's new without any trading experience who just 1000% commits themselves to MIC, the live trades, the discipline workshop, and all the videos. You're super active with reading and researching and watching the videos. So that's great. I just want to like say, you did something amazing. That's great. So now, if you like, maybe tell from your perspective. We just want to kind of hear your story and hear, how you got here.
So like Stephen was saying, I joined MIC in March of this year, so I'm very new with zero trading experience. Like I said, I bought some crappy crypto and just held it because that's
how I started.
A cool thing, right?
Yeah, crypto.
But I started in March of this year. I think immediately when I came in, I talked with Harry and Steven in like a group chat. I'm just like, hey, I have no idea what I'm doing here, right? I didn't know if I wanted to be a long bias trader or a short bias trader. I was very, very, very confused. I think Mama Tay can contest. I think I was texting her every day saying like, I don't know what I'm doing. I started paper trading for like the first 2 weeks of like that. Oh, sorry, the end of March, and then I took my first live trade April 1st. April 1st was also the same day I started the discipline workshop, and I equate that a lot to Stephen, for kind of forcing me to kind of get in there. A lot to Eric also. From there, it kind of just took off. I'm prior military. I don't know if anyone else military here. And thank you for you guys for your service, man. So I don't know if I can equate a lot of my discipline and me sticking to my plans towards that. I do have to give it that, but at the same time, I am also under PDT. So the market tells me I have to be disciplined, right? Because the minute I take my trade and I cover out, I'm done for the day. Where a lot of you guys are able to scale in, scale out, I'm stuck. So I have to be super selective. I have to choose the right stocks. I have to create the best plan. So early on, it was very tough for me because if you guys see my charts, I trade once a day. I will execute and I cover, and that's it for me. And as you were asking earlier about your plan, that's like my number one thing, right? I create my plan, I stick to my plan, I trade my one ticker out at zombie time, and I'm done. And I started in March. I opened up my first Trade Zero account with $2,500. Ended up was able to open a second account to double your day trades. Tip: if you're under PDT, get 2 accounts. You got 6 day trades. And I've been blessed. So, you know, I can only equate that to the discipline workshop. Stephen, all the graduates, Eric, Chuck, Phil, Mateo's not here. These are good guys. If you guys aren't in the discipline workshop, I don't know what you're doing. Like Ballin said, it's free, man. It's free, and I've seen nothing but profitability from people, nothing but solid discipline. I have a tab group of 9 guys that are all brand new that have just done solid work this month. And if these testimonials and these conversations from the graduates aren't enough for you, then I don't know what to tell you, man, because I have a smile on my face because it's the best thing that's ever happened.
Great. Awesome. And also, I want to kind of thank Andrew, because like the graduates and a lot of members in there, Andrew has become super passionate about the workshop, and he's been helping with members like a lot. And I know you've even been deeming with them one-on-one, and it's been really, really great to see. And you're, I mean, still a new member yourself, but man, next year at this event, we're gonna like be talking about big things, and we want to see your money dance next year.
One thing, guys, I see a lot of you guys are new. I see the hands that you guys raised before we started. One thing is you don't want to start developing bad habits. That's why us old guys lose, because I was never taught how to trade correctly. So I just made it work, right? So you imagine like anything you do in life. Let's say like you're trying to lift weights, but then you hold your bad habit. You know, it takes a long time to get rid of the bad habit. So all you guys are new. I advise you guys. This is free, guys, to join it with this in workshop, so that you start developing good habits right away. So that you don't have all these bad habits and trying to correct the bad habits and then later on give up because you blame your bad habits, right? So because right now you don't even know what you're doing. Might as well start doing it the right way so you don't have to unlearn all the wrong things you've been doing.
Agreed. Yep. Thanks.
And if you guys realize, the story is all the same. Everyone's too stubborn to join the discipline workshop, and then when they finally get in there, it changes their life, right? So now that you're listening to this and you're motivated, don't just take that motivation and forget about it in 6 hours. You know, maybe commit to it. Put a message in the discipline workshop now that you're going to participate. You're here at the meetup. You're looking for someone else that's also committed. So don't let it go in 1 year and out the other. Actually take the action. Don't be motivated now. Use it. Let it fuel you. And make the commitment now, you know?
And also for the old guys, think of it as trader rehab. Seriously, yeah, I have so many bad habits. So thanks to Claudio, I'm actually sober today and not hungover. So, you know, I went through my own drinkers rehab.
Hey, Stephen, quick question.
Yes.
If somebody's new, can they paper trade and do the discipline workshop?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I would say that's a good way to start. Yeah.
Okay.
Week or two, paper trading.
Okay.
Post the plans. I mean, we don't care. We don't care about P&L.
Okay.
It's just about the
It's all about
plans.
making your plan and sticking to your plan.
Right,
If
right.
you made your plan, you stuck to your plan, that's a win. P&L aside. Because with the proper plan and proper execution, P&L is going to be there anyway. You know?
Yeah. So paper trading is fine. You know, 1 share is fine. Like we're all about just learning the process.
Reinforcing that.
I mean, once
It's like repetitive motion. So I say like, you know, you try to figure out how your process is. So you're teaching yourself muscle memory. You do it over and over, you don't have to think about it. Otherwise, you're kind of winging it, right? You're changing your stance all the time. You're going to strike out.
exactly.
Yeah, but what do you talk about?
Well, I mean, you probably know the history a little better.
So,
But I know he's been around a long time. He's
Oh,
been trading
man.
now.
so
Yeah.
way in the days of, before even Alex, right? He was my tab. And so we made millions and millions of dollars there. So that's the guy that was my partner, and he made $1 million in 1 day on the same stock that I was trading, right? So this guy was fantastic. So we traded together, and then, you know, the problem is he became so good that he retired. And after a while, I was like, what am I going to do for the rest of my life? I was so young, right? And so he came back, but now the market has changed. 5 years later, he stopped trading for 5 years, he came back, and he's like, holy shit, the markets have changed. There's algos, all this stuff. So, you know, like, you go from, imagine like an athlete, right? That's past his prime.
Tyson. Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, and so now he's trying to reinvent himself, he's trying to learn. So he he threw his ego out the window. So this is a guy that made over $1 million in one day, throwing his ego out the window, sized the hell down to maybe a very tiny size to, and said, I need help, because this is not working out. Because he's, you know, like, if you're old like us, like me, you kind of get stubborn and you think that you can keep doing it yourself, and then, but you sometimes you have to say, hey, I need help. And so he joined this little workshop.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, I'm like, wow, you know, this guy's been trained forever, for 20 years, made millions of dollars, retired, is going back to school, sit to listen to Steven teach him how to be disciplined, and now I think he's doing great. You see his charts. So all of you guys can look at the charts, go into main chat tomorrow and see who these people are. Everybody has a graduate badge on it. Look at their charts; they're beautiful.
Yeah. DC. Yeah. He has the picture of the eye. Yeah. So great example. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, so thank you, Steven. He's the first graduate. This is a true success story. Steven here he created this process for himself, this workshop to help himself.
And look at Steven's shorts these days. He's crushed it. He's absolutely crushed it.
Thanks. Yeah. Cool. So, yeah, thanks. And one more quick thing is, before we wrap up, does anybody else have any other questions? One?
Yeah, I have a question. For example, I cannot trade every day, so when I can trade, I try to trade as much as possible the whole day.
Yeah.
Is it compatible with joining discipline? Because I feel like if I join, then I will not be allowed to trade all day. Without discipline, maybe new stock will show up or something.
Yeah, good question. So I'd say if that's your process and those are your plans, then you're okay. TC trades all day. I mean, we're not all like, none of us are like Val, but Val trades all day. Some guys long, some guys do different things. Some it works for them. Some guys you don't need to short small caps or long small caps. You could be in swing trading, you could do large caps, you could do whatever you want, as long as you are making plans and sticking to them, and that's your process and those are your plans, then you're able to get wins on the calendar. Yes.
Thank you.
But we just need the plan in place. That's all we need.
But can I make a plan later in the day? Like keep making plans during the whole day?
We want a full plan before we enter the trade. So the thing is, sorry?
Like 5 minutes before I enter the trade?
I mean, before you enter the trade, yeah, whenever that is. Yeah. And some guys have like a cookie cutter plan. Like when I see a first resistance, I've been trading a while, 7 years in total, almost 6 with MIC, but I know the share size I'm going to use, the stop level, I know it's going to be 20 cents above the whole $0.5 number. Like I know the plan is already there, so I've got a cookie cutter plan that I can attack pretty quick, but it's still a set in stone plan. So I know what the plan is, But yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to be in a trade and it's going when it goes for you, it's easy to win and stay disciplined. But when it goes against you, you don't want to then be deciding where should my stop be, how much shares should I add, should I not add? Like that's how we get ruined, right? So we need the plan in place. Cool, awesome. Yeah, I hope to see you in there, Dimitri. Yeah, and I guess that means we're running a long time. I just want to do graduates real quick. It's only going to take a second. So we're going to graduate 2 members. Those of you in the workshop and some of you others might know Kenny. Kenny's not here, but we're going to graduate Kenny. Somebody feel free to announce in the channel. Congrats, Kenny. The other one we're going to graduate, I think you guys might know who I'm thinking about, but Andrew, who is been killing it. We are really pleased to bring you into our club. We also have, we don't usually mention it, but we have a small private channel with Alex and some of the mods and the graduates, and we kind of talk and help each other there. But we are really glad to invite you into the club, and you are doing amazing, and mainly for yourself, but also for helping other members. And it's just really commendable. And congratulations.
Also, I see a lot of you guys are for both the live and the couple people posting in there now. If you guys have questions, please ask any of the grads in there, right? We'll help you guys out getting started since I know a lot of you are asking right now.
Cool, awesome. Thank you, Andrew, and congratulations. So just, Oliver will send your shirt, just DM Oliver. Cool, awesome. Oh, great, so that's my time. I appreciate it, and I look forward to seeing you guys in the workshop. Feel free to DM me or any of the grads.
Oh, it's good to have it's good to have everyone here. I think I must have met almost every single person. And yeah, I think just putting like names to faces, talking with people, hanging out is super fun. And I guess like I kind of like as I was kind of growing, it really helped me a lot, just like communicating with other people and talking about it every day. Because when I was at home, I didn't really have that support system like we have right now. Like, I feel like we're just so lucky to be in a room with other like-minded people. You know, most people don't get that with their, well, most people do get it with their job, but then, you know, when you're kind of at home and you're talking and I'm saying to Gab, like, oh yeah, this trade, these market conditions, these kind of whatever. Do we have my presentation up yet?
No, hang on.
Okay, we're still loading, but yeah, you know, I can't be like, hey Gab, stock XYZ, you know, it's crazy wick, crazy stuff at high a day, like it's nuts. She's like, yep, that's cool. So yeah, I think it's great to just be able to hang out, communicate, and talk. Yeah, so was everyone out last night at Yoya? It was good? It's fun? This guy was definitely this guy was definitely at the lounge. Yeah, it'll be up here soon. It'll be
Harry sends me these things in these giant group messages, and then I can't find it.
No, I DM'd it to you directly. Yeah, I did. Here, let me pull it up.
No wonder I delete all your stuff.
Yeah.
I got it. Here it is.
I got one too, guys. Oh, that's funny. Does everyone have a money dance, or is it just like select few people? You don't have a money dance? Yeah, there we go. That's great. There we go. That's perfect. All right. Oh, almost. Okay. So yeah, I'm Harry. I've been trading for 6-7 years now. Mostly long biased.
Hang on, freaking Zoom.
Okay, we're almost there.
God help us.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so yeah, I'm Harry, trading 6-7 years now, or 7-8, or however it's been. I started when I was 16 years old. Kind of found Bao and Alex on Twitter. Me and Bao used to talk like a lot. When I was first starting, I would always DM him, fill up his like inbox. Yeah, like I wasn't even legal to drink in my own country, let alone the United States, which is 21. No. But yeah, no, it was.
Yeah, like literally without Alex and Bao, I know 100% certainty I would not be where I am today. It's not even close. You know, when you look at kind of like other people's journeys, when you look at how other people have kind of been brought up, you know, I was super lucky to have like good traders mentoring me, people who I could reach out to all the time. That was just super, super crucial. And now we have these meetups and stuff like that, which is amazing because I think 99% of us go through the exact same journeys. 99% of us have the same life stories. You know, we got brought up, you know, maybe we had like kind of a rough childhood or maybe we had a good one. Everyone went through the same struggles. It really comes down to what you do with it, you know? When you're put in a position where you're kind of, your back's against the wall, you know, where you're showing up every single day, you know, I think all of us are kind of in those same positions, and it's just how we kind of deal with it. So I know I already said that twice, but yeah, it's just going through different struggles and stuff like that. And yeah, so my presentation was about kind of creating a long bias watch list. For me, if I have a red day, it means I was not in sync with the market. And so what does that kind of mean? Well, if I'm red on the day, it means the market did something and I did the opposite, really. And so for me, creating my watch lists have always been about how can I stay in sync with the current market condition right now? How can I develop something? How can I develop a plan early on that can help predict and help me? And for me, a lot of the time, it was really through keeping a journal. You know, for most of us in this room, if we look at our monthly P&L, if we look at our yearly P&L, we probably have like 10 big days. And the rest of the times, like we showed up, but like we didn't perform as well as we should have, or we didn't perform kind of, you know, the market didn't give us that opportunity that we wanted or that we needed, right? But on those 10 days, what did we do differently? You know, was it that the market was in sync? Was it that I got a good sleep? Was it that I wasn't out partying the night before? You know, there's a variety of factors. So for me, I've tried to kind of dial down and say, okay, on those 10 good days, what can I do? And then I kind of translated that into making a watch list every single day, where it's like, okay, how can I be in sync with the market? How can I kind of pick the right levels? And we'll kind of talk about this, but it really comes down to taking that market condition and then building it into a plan and then building it into a watch list every morning. And it's the same with short as well, where you're just trying to say like, okay, what's been working right now? Have high day stuffs been working if I'm short? Have low day bounces been working if I'm long? Is it a hot market? Is it a slow market? Stuff like that I find is very, very, very important. Just journaling, understanding yourself, and taking notes on really what's going on. That's super, super crucial. So kind of the initial scan, this is just kind of like picking stocks in the morning. Doesn't really have much to do with market condition. But the initial scan is going to be, what are the top percentage gainers on the day? Usually for these type of watch lists, they're not really like including like pre-market trades. I do a lot of pre-market trading in the morning. But for this specifically, this is just going to be on, you know, how can I create a plan going into the open, similar to what Stephen talked about with the discipline workshop. So going into the open, I'm looking for things that are doing volume, that are being traded. I'm looking for the kind of hot moving stocks. Now, if it is a hot market, and I'll get into this later on, sometimes this can change, right? You have to understand what is working right now and how can I exploit what is working right now, right? You know, I don't want to be reinventing the wheel. You know, let's say we're in a very slow market. I don't want to be trying to long a broken stock. But if we're in a very hot market, if we're in a situation where every single stock is running, which can happen on those 10 days like I just talked about, then maybe you want to long everything at the goddamn open if we're in a hot market, you know? Those are things, you're gonna put your chips on the table. You're gonna need to go in and you're gonna need to go strong on those big days. And I think journaling and identifying opportunities has really helped me kind of identify those. So yeah, I guess the purpose would be to identify strong stocks. Yeah, again, I've talked about this already. This has probably been the biggest turning point in my trading, was saying what's working right now and how can I do that? And then when it stops working, when it stops shifting, how can I just snap off and take my chips off the table? You know, there's a funny thing that me and Bao have in the mornings, where when Bao is shorting every goddamn stock that runs, and it's working well for him, usually as a long bias trader, you have to look at what happened in the pre-market, and I'm like, oh my God, it's the Bao indicator. Like, there may be one trap on the day, but it's clearly a weaker day when the stock pops, he fills a bunch short and covers at the bottom, and he does that like 5-10 times in a row. And when that happens, I know that day is like a risk-off day for me, you know? So yeah, here, can we just go back to the previous one really quick? Thank you. Oh, next one. So yeah, like, also the vibe in chat. You can get a lot from the vibe of who's talking and what's going on, you know? Are people really excited, or are people sending the sleep emoji 24/7, you know? You can learn a lot from that, just building a watch list, because how are people feeling? Are like people excited? Are they, you know, stressed out? Have things been working? Have things not been working? I think just gathering as much information as I can going into the day, super, super, super important. Yeah, we can go to the next one now. So I think float and dilution check, this is super important too, right? How can I gauge the supply and demand of the stock? And when you have a situation where maybe a company has an ATM that they've just released, we have a whole fundamental series on that. Maybe they have an S3 that's in effect, and maybe they have an S3 that's in effect and they don't have a 424, but they have a little hidden ATM on that S3. That's super important. You gotta understand these things, right? Which is all in the fundamental series. So I think that's super important too. How many shares can be, you know, put into the market? You know, and sometimes a lot of these firms, like, they're not stupid, right? A lot of these firms are gonna sell a lot of their shares over high day, right? Because why wouldn't you? You know, you have a bunch of longs chasing the breakout, thinking that they're gonna bank. Maybe you have prior shorts who are short before that level, who need to cover into that. You are gonna have a lot of demand at that certain type of level. So that could be something, you know, that I'm looking at, saying maybe I want a long middle of the range, and maybe, you know, I'm thinking to myself, what's the market conditions like? Maybe we're in like a medium style market, not very hot. You know, I'm always taking that off at high day, 100%. So yeah, and understand the float too. I think we talk about this a lot in weekend mentoring, where if you have a lower float stock, that thing's gonna be moving like intense. You know, it can wick up and wick down and wick up and wick down because we have such little supply in the market. But if we have a super high float, like a 50 to 100 million float, it's a lot harder to turn that thing around. It's not as easy. You know, when we're kind of dipping, you know, you can expect to be a little bit more patient because this thing's not going to turn around in a second. It's not going to turn around on a dime. We have so much supply. We got to kind of wiggle our way through and slowly move around. So for me, I always kind of pictured it like this. Those higher float stocks are going to turn around like a transport truck. And the lower float stocks are going to be like a little smart car or like a spinning top where they're just going all over the place, you know? Yeah, so that's kind of what I kind of look for as far as that. I think also kind of like eliminate the extremes. If we have a stock in the morning, which this happens sometime, probably a couple times a month, where we see something that's run from maybe, you know, it's had a big run, it's pretty extended. Everyone can agree that it's an extended ticker. Usually for me, I don't really touch that because whatever they've tried to do, whatever they've tried to trap, you know, it's already over, right? So I usually kind of eliminate those ones. If they're like super high above VWAP or they're like super low, like below VWAP, you know, I don't like to try and be an outlier. For me, my goal every day is to take the easiest trades I can with the least amount of stress, and going into the market and identifying how can I do that? Like, how can I come into the market every day and take there's always going to be stress, but how can I take, I don't know, how can I take you know, a stock or whatever? How can I create a plan that's going to stress me out the least? And also, I think something for me has been saying, is this a gamble trade? You know, like we all have those trades where we're like, it may work out, but it may not. Am I gambling here? You know, do I have a plan here? I think just asking yourself those questions are super important. You can move on to the next one. Thank you. You know, again, find potential hot tickers. I think this is super important. If you look at the definition on Google, you Google what is a trap. A trap is something where people are surprised that it happens. If it has already happened to me, there's no sense in trying to say, oh, this may trap again, this may trap again, this may trap again. Now, on something like a multi-day runner, day 2, we know already that the edge is probably on the long side, because if we, trying to think of like the last one that happened, I think it was a Chinese one where it had kind of ran up and was kind of like hovering above VWAP on the day 2. We already know that they're probably like targeting shorts. That's probably their agenda. So on the day 2 ones, I've found now in this market cycle that they're more targeted towards trapping shorts. So that's the only time. But if it's trapped like a bunch in the morning, I'm not going to try and be the hero and say, oh, is it trapping again? Is it going to trap again? I usually try and hit that first one, and that's kind of my goal. Next one. I think another super important thing when you're creating a watch list is monitoring the money flow. And this doesn't really get talked about enough. But and sometimes when we're in a very, very, very hot market where everything's running, this doesn't apply as much. But if we're in that like medium to cold market, it's going to apply a lot, where we're saying to ourselves, okay, what is the current hot stock right now? And if that current hot stock loses attention, then there's potential for another one to kind of come up. But if that one is running and running and running, and I'm the person here who's trying to buy the dip here, buy the dip here, buy the dip here, that type of thing rarely works. And you do get rewarded sometimes for it in a hot market, but it's just bad habits, right? So unless we're in a hot market cycle, for me, what I would suggest is just going with the one with the money flow, the one that's kind of trending. And then after we get a death candle, after you sell, after you whatever, look to maybe see if the money flow is shifting around. Next one. I think another thing when you're creating a watch list is like knowing your resistance and support. I think technicals is super, super important, but I also think you shouldn't put a lot of weight in the kind of inner lines. For me, what I like to say is like, okay, in a perfect world, because in order for things to bounce, and like Bao taught me this, and this was probably, I've learned a lot from Bao, but this was a very, very important concept, where when we are in a situation where longs get stopped out, who do we have left in the stock? Let's say every single long gets stopped out. Who do we have left? All we have is shorts. What can shorts do? What you're in a stock, you're a short. What's the only thing that you can do? Only thing you can do is buy, right? That's it. So when we have no longs and a ton of people, their only move is to buy, then we're going to start driving that price higher. It's the same thing at high a day. When we're at high a day and everyone goes long, and let's say prior shorts stop out, everyone bought at the high. Now, what is the one thing that longs can do at the very top after they've already bought? It's sell. So that creates that excess supply. So then when that thing starts moving down and people start to panic, well, boom, you can get that drop because every single person is panicking. So it comes down to that supply and demand imbalance. And that's what we look for. That's what we take advantage of. When Alex is shorting at high a day, it's not because he's trying to be a hero or whatever. It's because he knows that that supply and demand imbalance is going to shift and we're going to start to move lower. So it might take a little bit, add, go lower. And that's what I like to do too around low a day. Depending on market condition, I'm not saying if we're in a terrible market condition that we should just be long and low a day because that's silly. But if we're in a hot medium cycle market and we're kind of trending near low a day, and I think that we've stopped a lot of people out, and we start grinding a bit over VWAP, well, boom, you got a thesis right there. Yes, exactly. Because if we're going into 1030, float's been rotated a ton of times, we start grinding over VWAP, and things have been running lately and things have been moving well, then maybe I will look to take that 1030 zombie long and try and squeeze out Bao. No, I'm kidding. Sell targets are super important, super market condition specific. Oh, perfect. We got a little intro music. Yeah, it's a money dance. There we go. So yeah, sell targets for me, super, super, super market condition specific. I'm looking to sell at the high of day if we're in kind of a medium cycle market. If we're in a very hot market, I'm looking to sell above high of day because we're in a hot market. I have justification to hold that higher. I have justification that that can move out of the range. If we're in a very cold market, everyone's sending the sleep emoji at the open. There's not a chance in hell I'm even looking to take that thing to high a day. I'm selling VWAP because that's a market condition we're in. I think with a lot of people, they struggle on the times where the market isn't necessarily favoring their strategy. That's when, a lot of the times people come in to trading, they make a ton of money very, very early. And why is that? They're in tune with the market cycle. They understand. All they have seen is that, I see things running at the open, so that's going to be my strategy. And so for 3 days, they see things running at the open. And then let's say, I don't know, I'm just making this up on the spot, but let's say there's a pre-market offering on that 4th day. They're unaware that that could change the whole market cycle. They're unaware, they have no idea, right? So then we open up on that 4th day, and let's say we only run to VWAP or we don't run at all. The experience comes in knowing that that pre-market offering can change the whole market dynamic, that longs are scared now, right? So that's why people have, on the 4th day, they try and long at the open because, they've seen the past 3 days it's worked. On the 4th day, they're like, damn, oh, well, it's just one off day, But let's say we continue to get weaker, everything's been weaker. They continue to try that strategy, and that's why people blow up, because they're out of tune with the market cycle and they're out of sync with the market cycle. So I think for me, just being in sync and how can I create a plan and how can I create, expectations every morning, super, super helpful. Yeah, we'll move up to the next one. All right, so this one's probably, this is gonna help you probably the most, this slide right here. So I think I tried to create this slide as best I could about knowing the market and knowing what works the best in what market cycle. So if we have kind of a hot, trappy market, I'm looking to long multi-day runners. I'm looking for that kind of under VWAP support level, that dip and rip pattern, because that's a pattern that I've found super, super hot. And I'm also taking a chance on those broken stocks because we're in a hot, trappy market. So of course, I'm gonna try and long everything. We're in a hot, trappy market. That's my bread and butter, right? But if we're in a hot market and things are fading, what type of conditions are we going to get? We're probably gonna see VWAP stuffs. We're probably gonna see kind of this non-hot chick, maybe it will work, maybe not. And also, a lot of broken stocks, with no money flow, you could see those as well. And so let's say we're in a slower market, what are we gonna see usually kind of fade? We're gonna see that low float dump, because every single person, when they see a low float in a hot market, they're gonna be looking to long that. It's very easy for people to get trapped in that. Pop and drop at the pre-market, those high percentage kind of fades and stuff like that. That's kind of what we're looking for. And then if we're looking for kind of traps in a slower market, a trap in a slower market is very, very funny, because you could have one thing run and it changed the dynamic for the next 4 days, and which I'll kind of get into that later. But that first big pre-market runner is the one that everyone writes off every time. You can probably think of a couple this year that have happened. SNGX maybe, that was a big one. It ran from 3 and then it was up there at 12 and 14. That was the first big pre-market runner that we got that really shifted the kind of cycle. And for me, that's what I was, kind of looking for. It was hammering away at stuff like that. What is the market trying to tell me here? I'm just listening. That's all I'm doing. All I'm trying to do every single day is just listen. If you just listen and you just pay attention, these kind of things can help you a lot. So I think we'll just kind of move to the next one. So my conclusion for creating your long watch list is going to be this. You're going to do your initial screening of the market. You're going to look at your top percentage gainers. You're going to take advantage of that market sentiment, journal. What did the market do yesterday? And what do I think the market could do today? That's all the information that we have, right? And then we're going to try and eliminate those high-risk tickers, those ones super above VWAP, those ones super below VWAP, depending on market condition. We're trying to identify those potential traps. Those are really what we're kind of looking for. So how can I identify them, right? I'm paying attention to the main line, support and resistance. For me, I like to long under VWAP. I don't really love longing on VWAP. I like to long kind of a little bit under, but not too broken. You know, again, I'm going to be monitoring the money flow as well. What's hot right now? What's moving? What are people interested in? And, you know, I'm going to be setting my sell targets depending on market condition, depending on those specifics right there. We'll move to the next one.
There's a conclusion after the conclusion. I'm just kidding.
No, I'm still presenting. It's trying to get me off stage early. So yeah, I figured I would just kind of include some of last week's trades because for me, if I include trades from like 2 months ago, it doesn't really matter because we're not in that market cycle, right? So I figured that the most valuable thing is just showing things in market cycle right now and like plays that are working right now, you know? So we'll move to the next one. So yeah, this one, Lumen. So Lumen was a pretty crazy one, pretty tight range pre-market. I chose these examples, it's not every single trade I took, but I chose these examples because I felt like every single trade had a lesson in it. I felt with Lumen, a lot of times when we're in a very, very, very tight range, we can expand to either side one way and it can go big one way, you know? And my thesis on that is really that probably traders get oversized and it's a tight range. So you're like, oh, your 10-cent risk if you're on a short side becomes 20 cent and then 30 cent and then 40 cent and then 50 cent. And then, you know, the bad things can happen. Same thing can happen on the long side where you're like, oh, I'm just in the middle of the range, bro, it's fine. And I'm only risking 5 cents. And then it goes against you and it goes against you again. And a lot of people get oversized, I find, in these tight ranges. So yeah, this one, I really love this kind of structure of it. Started grinding above VWAP. That over VWAP grind is amazing. And then just obviously, you know, selling into that spike. Could have taken a bit more advantage of it, but, you know, did what I could in the current conditions. And yeah, this is a really good example because it shows that tight range breakout. That's something that I love. Last time the tight range breakout happened, it was like zap, you know, that kind of like third day surge after it ran. That was super great. And we'll move on to the next one. So this one here, we were in a weak market here. So this was after kind of, I believe this was kind of like the week after that panic or whatever. So we were in a super weak market. So like, what can you do in a super weak market? Nothing's really running. A lot of people are going to be gunning after that goddamn 7 o'clock candle. Everyone's after it, right? So my plan on this one was saying, okay, I'm going to front run that a little bit, sell into that volume, and that's about it. You know, it's like volume at the open. Everyone's gunning for it. So that was my plan on that one. This one, ADTX, Zombie Reclaim. This one just was grinding and just did not die. There was some type of dilution agenda on it. There was some type of firm that was in this one, and they just wanted to pump it to whatever price they wanted, maximum probably liquidity, and that was about it. So I just sold into that kind of $2 resistance, and that was about it. But it's just like Bao talked about with those kind of 1030 grinders over VWAP. You know, it's never good. Mogul, this is a multi-day runner that I was talking about earlier. I was just playing off basic levels here, not trying to be a hero, not trying to, you know, try and guess and predict. As we know, in this kind of market condition, it was kind of like medium, I'd say, medium type of condition. So I knew that I wanted to sell into high day. I knew I didn't want to hold it for a trap. It did zombie and do that grinding thing after the open, but I didn't touch it because I was like, oh, you know, I already got the pre-market trade on it. Not going to go too hard. Not going to try and, you know, see if it'll trap again. That was just for me. But these China ones have been crazy. Like every single person in this room knows that China stocks have been absolutely wild. So with that and knowing that, that can give you a bit more edge to the long side as well. And GNLN, this was the bigger one from last week. And the reason why I caught this one was very interesting. We had a morning where, I forget what stock it was, Alex was kind of shorting it into VWAP, and then it kept going. And for me, in that morning and in that moment, I realized that the market had shifted a little bit. The reason being is because the past 5 days, the VWAP short worked very, very, very well. And on that day that the VWAP short didn't, and that went crazy, I was like, damn, there's probably going to be some sympathies popping up with this one. So my goal was just to get the lowest average I could and just be super patient into zombie, and that's what I got. And then Mama T was in this one with me too. Yeah, good job, Mama. Good job, Mama. And yeah, so anyway, thesis was just that I could run, and obviously we got that offering late day. But at least you're selling, and at least you're getting something. So yeah, that's my presentation. Hope you guys liked it. You can find me at all the places. So, thank you. Oh, Jesus, Chuck. That's Chuck's fault. That's Chuck's fault. Does anyone have any questions or anything like that? Good? Okay, mostly short bias crowd here, so. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
All right, guys, we'll take like a 10-15 minute break, stretching break. So go out, walk around, go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do, and we'll come back here in 10-15 minutes.
What's up, everyone? What's up, guys? How's everyone today? I kind of lost my voice a little bit. I had some few shots yesterday. So just please bear with me, okay? Yeah, so last year we kind of talked about the process and also the risk management. So this year I want to kind of dig in a little bit deeper into the strategies. So hopefully it's going to help you with the stock selections and also knowing what to look for every day. So today's topic is going to be how to make your winning trades bigger. Again.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is for me, it's pretty much like the single biggest, okay, it's off again though.
Off again? Oh, shit. I broke it.
Sorry, guys.
Permanently broke it.
Oh, the other one is working, maybe I'm just gonna go over there. See you guys. Oh, good. So I'm gonna do it from here.
We're back.
Go in the middle, Tom. Go in the middle.
So, okay, so I'm gonna just go. Okay, last.
Split the difference.
So, for me, this one is the single biggest thing that will turn your trading around, right? Because at the end of the day, it's all about the P&L goal. Doesn't matter what you do, doesn't matter what you trade, right? It's all about how much you made a day, how much you made a week, how much you make a month, how much you make this year, right? It doesn't matter. I mean, you could do whatever you want, right? But as long you are making money, right? That's the goal. And in order to do so, this is pretty much like the only thing that kind of helped me turn my trading around. Can you put next one? Or can you put it all up? Okay, that's it, yeah. So for me, it was aha moment, and the moment I cracked the code, which is my winners are bigger than my losers, that's how I turned into a profitable trader. And that was it for me. And it's all about dealing with the card you were dealt. And on the next few slides, I'm gonna tell you the effective ways how to achieve bigger winners. So just put everything in. Yeah, good. So stock selections, right? For my watch list, usually what I do is I focus on the stress-free trades, which is high winning rate kind of trade, which is low-hanging fruit. The View app, the nail and bell, that's what you guys seen me doing pretty much daily. Why is so high winning rate is because most of the time, right, when you get the pop, you short into those pops at open, let's say low-hanging fruit, it should work within, I would say, 15 to 30 minutes, right? That's what I've been saying in chat pretty much daily. And that's pretty much your opportunity to get in, short the pop right away at the open, and be done on the watch, right? You can leave the rest, I don't know, for break even for the rest, or trying to get a bigger, I don't know, profit later, or get some more a little bit. But basically the low-hanging fruit one is the best because those are the ones that already broken the day before, right? And as a short seller, we want to short into those broken stops. That's pretty much what Bao did every single day. He just put a fantasy orders everywhere. So that he nailed those, low-hanging fruit, sorry. So, no.
Oh, sorry.
Go back. Yeah, so on another one is the View app trade, which is a lot of us doing the day one kind of broken stocks. Yeah, I mean, it could be tricky sometimes because a lot of those day ones, even though they look broken, right? You thinking they are broken and short into View app, but they are ending up squeezing you after that, right? So it really depending on the volume, the cheap locates, and the SSR. That's what I've been saying pretty much every day, especially the float. like the nano flow or like, under 5 million flow, those are really dangerous ones. So you have to keep that in mind, and it's always nail and bell mindset. So that way you can achieve the high winning rate for those, kind of stock for that. So the next one is it's a good entries trade, right? And that's what I've been doing a lot lately. You guys can see from my charts that it is tough sometimes because on those good entries trades, outer lines, you have to be really good with, I would say, technical skills or like reading the daily lines and guessing off the levels, right? That's pretty much like, I would say, trying to guess the top. That's basically what I did. And sometimes it could be dangerous, but it gives you a good risk reward because you're risking really like the minimum, but then you're making a lot out of it, right? So for me, on those, it gives you like solid risk reward. Sometimes I say, for myself, on average, I would be making around like 3R, 3 to 1. So I was, let's say, risking like 10 cents, trying to make like 30 cents or 40 cents more, right? Or like risking $1, trying to make like a $3 back. So on the next one, systematic trades, all-day fader, right? You guys know Bear, this is his favorite strategy, and that's why he's still working at McDonald's, right? So pretty much you holding it all day, doesn't matter, right? So you put a hard stop in, and then, you go back to work, right? Or do whatever, that's what
Go back to work.
And he comes back in the afternoon, like before close, to close his position, right? Or already, stop out the position. So that's pretty much like systematic trades. You don't care what other people think or do. You just short, put a stop, come back and close. That's it. That's all day, right? But if you want it multiple days, that would be swinging it. So that's I'm not going to talk about that. But for me, what I like the most is the hybrid trades, combining everything. But in order to do so, you need to have some sort of experience, right? Or like screen time. Like exactly what you look for, on each strategy. For me, it's like I'm trying to combine some low-hanging fruit right after the open, right? After that, I saw some view act bounce kind of trade. I took that as well. And after, when I see some hour line trade, I took that as well. And then try to fade it all day, for example. I try to cover some and leave the rest for break even, for example. So that's me trying to combine everything. And it actually helps a lot with the drawdown, because if you just focus on all-day fader, right? This one is the hardest one because, like, yes, you could get a good win, but the drawdown is just so big and not everyone can stand that. Right? Because like the winning rates on those are really low. I would say 20 or 30%. Right? So out of 10 trades, you're going to be losing like 7 or 8. Right? You're only winning 1 or 2 or 3, but those 3 trades is going to make up for it. Right? But can you actually stomach that? Can you actually be disciplined enough to do the same thing over and over again? Right? Like for me, I can't do it. It's just too tough going through a drawdown. So that's why I'm trying to combine everything. So those are the kind of stock selections for you to kind of focus on and, to choose or whatever suits you the most. So on the second one, which is, I think it's pretty key as well, is the holding period, right? That's how you can get the best of your exits, which is more money, right? So on a low-hanging fruit or stress-free trades, usually what I did is like on the first 15 minutes, right? The low-hanging fruit should be first 30 minutes. So the last cover that you want, it should have been like within the 15 minutes right away, like usually on that wash. If it washes down, done, right? Within 15 minutes, that's the perfect trade. For low-hanging fruit, give it, a time like 10 a.m., that should be, like you should be done with low-hanging fruit, right? Anything after that, you can, aim for the outlines and stuff. On a systematic trade, that's all day holding anyway. So on a hybrid, you have to combine everything. So yeah, so that's the holding period. But this is also really key. You need to know what to look for and what kind of strategy you're using, right? You cannot I'm shorting low-hanging fruit, right? But I'm holding it all day. It doesn't make sense. So try to kind of track it for yourself to see which is the optimal kind of time frame for you, or like on that strategy. So that way you can push your size a little bit more, right? On those, like let's say on low-hanging fruit, like the first 30 minutes, right? On the pop at open, why would you be like using the same size? Let's say you're using 100 shares, right, at the open, which is the perfect setup, right? 100 shares. And then after that, after zombie, you're using another 100 shares on the low-hanging fruit, right? On the pops of view app. Why is that? Right? The first 30 minutes at open is where you want to have your size in, because it fits your strategy, it fits everything. Why not bring it a little bit more size, right? Instead of doing same thing, on, I don't know, after zombie. It's like, for me, I'm saying, trying to step out that comfort zone a little bit, right? When you know that's the one, push yourself a little bit more, right? That's the only way to grow, in my opinion. And you know exactly that's the one. And so you gotta push yourself, right? So you want to wait for after zombie or like at the close to push yourself, or like you want to add on to, I don't know, like to losers and then size up like under view app? I don't think so, right?
Where do you reduce?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Like after, like usually what we do is after zombie, we stop trading, right? Or for me personally, if after zombie, I want really high. I want like, outer lines. I want everyone to get squeezed first, right? You have to think about what others people think. It's like, this is pretty much like, human versus human, right? It's all about that. That's really about this game. So what I want to do is like after zombie, I just want everyone to get squeezed, or like, in the short term, like, like that. But I want to get squeezed so I can get the good entry, and with tight risk, which is the outlines, the strategy that I just talked about, which is sometimes dangerous, right? Because you're shorting the front side. So I would not recommend this for the new traders, but like, in this presentation, I want to dig in a little bit deeper for the advanced guys already. You've been here last year. But for the new traders, so you guys should focus on those, stress-free trades, or like low-hanging fruit. So like, you get in and out. Those are already broken, so it should be easier for you. Right, thanks. Next one, please. So the next one is position sizing. I've talked about this as well last year. Like on the stress-free trades, the high winning one, you need to push your size. So what is there stopping you when you know for a fact that after that pop, it's gonna come down at least 20 or 30 cents, right? After a good pop in the morning, when the stock is really broken the day before, it gives you a good pop right away at the open, and you're not in it with size. So why is that, right? So try to take advantage of that. So on those high winning trades, I like to push my size a little bit more, right? And even scaling it into it, right? So those are the best ones. On the rest, systematic trades or like outer lines, I'm trying to like for myself, I'm using like 1 hour, like 1%, but you can do it. I mean, if you're not comfortable with it, like maybe use 0.5 or like 0.2 or whatever, right? Use really like small amount for you to get used to that strategy, right? Get a taste of it, try it and see it for yourself. Last one, again, combining everything. Try to do low-hanging fruit, try to do, first 15 minutes, kind of trade, broken stocks, and then try to combine a little bit with systematic trade and be like bear, all-day fader, whatever, right? Trying to taste it, right? Try it and see for yourself, try to track your stats and everything. Yeah. And this part, emotional control, this is the hardest part, okay? This is like the hardest part in trading. Doesn't matter what you do, what kind of your strategy is that, but managing volatility, expectations, yeah, trading is not a straight line, right? This part is really like the hardest for me sometimes. Like when you get a good entry, right? Stock drops, you up, I don't know, few $1,000, right? And now what to do? Either you're gonna take it, right? But if you're taking it, you might lose out on a bigger profit, right? So it's really hard to tell when and where. That's why you need to dig in more into those stats, into those strategies for you to have a solid plan on those, right? So let's just say a low-hanging fruit. First 30 minutes, after that, doesn't matter, right? If, stocks offered, I don't know, or like all-day fader, I can't tell, right? But that's my plan, that's my strategy. I'm done by the first 30 minutes. Like all-day fader, I'm holding it until the end of the day, I don't care, right? Doesn't matter. But can you actually do that? So that you have to kind of train yourself and try to work around that a little bit. And for me, the only way for you to do that is planning your trades beforehand, entries and exits, one shot on those, like don't scale on the front side. Scale on the broken stocks, yes. But don't scale on the front side stock, like crazy, crazy hot stuff. You guys never seen me shorting the front side with bunch of shares, right? Scaling into it.
I have.
Oh, you do. But he's trading lots. And so try to do that one shot, predefine your risk on those really outlines kind of lines. And the next one is exiting too early. Like I said, you need to come up with a plan. Acceptance is key, right? You gotta accept it. If that's my plan, I'm gonna accept the outcome. Doesn't matter, I have my stop. Either it's gonna stop me out, let's say $500, or give me $1,000. I want that grand, right? I'm already risking $500. I need that grand back. I'm not selling for less. Let's say it drops to 500. I'm gonna take that 500. No, you were risking $500 to make 500, bucks. What's the point, right? Think about risk and reward all the time, because that's how it's gonna get you to profitability. That's it. That's really how you can become a profitable trader. Consistent performance, tracking, measuring, like I just said, you gotta track yourself, you see just for yourself, you see what you're good at, and then you can push size on those, right? But you need to know what to look for every single day. You need to know which setup that is, suits you the most. Yeah, so that's pretty much it for me, but here, discipline, consistency, you guys see this, right? 200 a day. I mean, it's not always like that. It's not linear like that. Trading is not, it's hard to make consistent 200, but what we're trying to say is that if you add it all up, divide it, it should be on average, right? But if trading is not like 200, 200, 200, it's hard to do so. But sometimes like $100, $1,000, 5,000 and down to 2,000, but it's like at the end of the year, it adds up and on average, right? So that's why making those winners bigger is really important, right? And keeping your losers really low. That's how you can achieve that, okay? It's not a straight line, up and down, as long as you're losing small, it's okay. So my favorite quote here is not whether you're right or wrong, but how much money you make when you're right, and how much you lose when you're wrong. That's it. Thanks, guys.
We have Claudio, and then we're gonna be taking lunch. So one more presentation, then we'll take lunch, guys.
Spanish, please.
Spanish.
Hi, how's everyone?
He'll do it.
Who's new? So
What's considered new?
Who's the first time here in the presentation? Okay, wow. Okay, so I wanna publicly recognize my fellow mods, Steven, Tom, and Harry for their presentations, because last year's were good, but this year's were way more better. They evolved, so. So I hope you don't get bored. This is gonna be a long one. Okay. Okay, so.
Oh, sorry, hang on.
So my presentation is gonna be the good, the bad, and the ugly of being a trader. Everybody talks about how wonderful is being a trader. Everybody talks about Lamborghinis. Everybody talks about making hundreds of thousands of dollars, but they don't talk about enough what happens when you don't make it as a trader. So, and we're gonna go to a story, and there are gonna be exercises. Last year, people loved it, so we're gonna do it again, okay? So be prepared with your pen and pencil. So,
This
first
works.
of all, yeah.
I can make it work. Nobody else can.
First of all, I know many people of you don't know me because I am in the large cap room, and large cap room is boring. Everybody wants to be in the short cap room with the cool kids, with Harry and James and Tom and Bob. So this is me. So if you see my name is Claudio Soriano. I've been trading on and off since 2008. It's been a very interesting experience. I'm a process engineer. Currently, I'm working with my wife. I talked about this last year. We're writing a book, and it's coming by the beginning of next year. It's called What the Fuck is Happening to Me? So if your kids or young adults are between 18 and 30 years old, that book is for them. So you'll be the first to know because I'm constantly sharing the progress of the book. It's almost done in terms of we're working in the art. So we're not making it boring. It's like it has exercises and everything. So I hope you like it when it comes. But as my family, I don't have a big family, but as my family, you'll be the first to know, okay?
Do it. Try it. No.
Okay, so this is the equity everybody wants. This one isn't. Look, up, always up, always up, always up. This one is the ones that make the Lambo happen, the $1 million P&Ls and everything, right? This is the equity curve you guys are gouged one, okay? This is the equity you're gonna get. I'm not kidding. This doesn't happen. But this is what everybody tells you. That's what you see in Instagram, that's what you see in X, that's what you see in all places. This. But actually, I'm here not to talk about this drawdown. I'm not here to talk about this drawdown. I'm here to talk about this drawdown. When you start questioning yourself if you really are a trader or not. And believe me, everybody has gone through that. This, if it doesn't happen to you, then you should have the t-shirt that Alex had yesterday, that you need space because you're an alien. You're not from here. I'm not kidding. It's like, this is the real thing. Or does someone disagree with me? Okay, so this presentation is, we're going deep into this phase. Okay, I'm gonna be a little vulnerable in this presentation because right now, here is where I am. Here. Not here, there, okay? So, like I said, this is where you start questioning if you're a trader. That statistic that they teach, that they tell you that 90% of the people that goes into trading fail, is because they don't know how to pass this. That's it. If you get passed through this, then this comes. And then you can see, like, as years go by, if you see probably Bao's equity curve across the year, you'll see something like this. But at the beginning, I can assure you that it looked like this. So, my P&L between 2021, 2022 COVID season, it was $500,000. So right now is the part that you stand up and you're like, woo! Thank you. Thank you. It's great. It's perfect. But that's what internet shows. I'm not kidding. Everybody shows you, boom, what you made, right? In 2023, last year, I was barely positive. And 2024, I'm negative. I'm negative 5 figures right now. Something happened in 2023 that I started losing edge. And I remember Christine, see, I told you that I was gonna mention you. Christine asked me, I wanna see your ratio. And I copied my ratio into the large cap room, and it was like 70-30% winning. So I was making 70% good and 30% I was doing bad. And a couple of weeks later after that, something shifted, and I haven't got my edge back. But you start questioning, is this for me? Because you keep losing. Even though I'm hitting my stop loss, you keep hitting your stop loss 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Then you have one small green day, and then next week comes, and you have one bad day, another bad day, another bad day, and the demon starts. You sit on your computer, and then the demons start sitting right next to you, and they start talking to you. Are you really meant for this? Is this your thing? So, I want you to understand that it doesn't matter you see all the videos in MIC. It doesn't matter that you have Alex and Bao here, you have all the mods. The mods are committed to you. Like every time someone leaves the community, we're sad. Because that means that somehow we fail. So that's the kind of community we are. People leave, like we receive an email, probably Alex, mods receive an email every week on how people got into the community and how many people left the community. And I read the people that left, and I'm like, I talked to this guy, and he's no longer with us. So I take it personal. Like I'm like, fuck, I fail him because he left. So here's where the exercises start. So if your tab is here, I want you to pair up with them. If you have a friend or someone that knows you, I want you to pair up with them. Because we're gonna start doing exercises. It's gonna be cool. So first thing, I wanna know who is not profitable yet. Who feels comfortable sharing that is not profitable yet? Just a raise of hand. Thank you for that, because that's the first step. Because that will humble you enough in order to take the step in order to do whatever you need to do to get profitable, okay? So, if you're profitable, good for you, but then my next question is are you where you wanna be? So if you're not where you wanna be, or you're not profitable yet, I want you to write in a paper, why not? You can go, you can start, please. So my next question after that is, what do you think is missing? The more you question yourself, the easier it gets. Okay, what is missing? So, I told you at the beginning of the presentation that you can have all the knowledge you want. There are 3,000 videos in the Tom makes a video every week. To me, that's fucking commitment, period. Like, Alex makes videos.
Shout out Tom. All from the McDonald's.
So it doesn't matter you watch all the videos. If you don't know yourself, you're not gonna be able to be a trader. So let's go deeper. I want you to tell me what are you think are your 3 greatest strengths as a human being. It doesn't have to do with trading. I just want you to tell me what do you think are your greatest strengths. 3, at least 3. I don't want 1 or 2 or 4. I want 3.
High tolerance of alcohol.
I don't see people writing. Dale, Edwin. Do anyone have any questions? 3 strengths. I'm Victor. What are you? I'm Victor. Done? Good? Good? Okay, so now we go deeper, okay? And people are gonna start questioning, where are we going with this? Well, at the end, you'll understand, okay? It's like a long road with different stops. So now, I want you to write down 3 things that identify you. So, how does it look? It doesn't have to do anything with your strength. It has to do with who you are. So, usually, you choose who you are by day, but people do not understand that. They think that I'm an introvert. And I can be out of that introvert, being introvert. I'm an extrovert. People start labeling themselves, and that creates a story. And the more people validate that story, you start going into that circle that you can never get out. I'm gonna tell you news. You can choose who you are every day, moment by moment. So I want you, and this is like, there's two parts to who are you. Is who you think you are, and the people around you that love you think how they think you are. So it's who you are, because you can say, I'm an extrovert, but you don't participate, you don't talk, you don't get into group conversations. You still think you're an introvert, but people, or an extrovert, and people think they're an introvert. Did I explain myself correctly? So it's, the most important thing is how you think you are, but people around you are the people that validate that you're declaring to the world, okay? So I'm gonna make it easy this time for you, okay? Choose 3 things that you think, choose 3 things that you think you identify with. Read them all, and the ones that resonate more with you, you write them down.
I don't see sexy on here.
I left so Joe just said that he doesn't see sexy there, and it's because someone thought that he was asking today, and that's why he's feeling sexy. There's cute there. You're not cute. Okay, you're too intimidating to be cute. So just choose 3, okay? And while you're at it, I want you to ask the person right next to you, your tab, if he thinks that the 3 things that you wrote are what you think you are.
Alex? Am I sexy? Am I cute? What's up?
So you don't have to take pictures of all the. I'll yeah, Bao is taking pictures because he says I identify like 80% of those. So I don't. I'm good. I'm sexy. Okay, so we did that. Okay, so now the formula starts. You remember that you wrote 3 strengths? I want you to tell me if the strengths align with who you are. So the tab can give you feedback on that. So does he recognize what you're thinking of yourself? Because people think is the saying out there is fake it until you make it. I'm gonna change it a little bit. I hope that you understand what I'm saying. It's not fake it until you make it. It's fake it until you become it. Because when you declare that you wanna access a way of being that you usually not are like that, when people start validating you, then is when you become that. So you can be a comedian, right? I enjoy my time here because I laugh my ass with Joe. Joe is always making jokes. So I know that he's a comedian, but maybe Alex is not, but he thinks he's a comedian.
You're not like trading.
Probably. So this is the most important part of the exercise. So I want you to ask yourself, why do you trade? After you ask yourself why do you trade, like for example, you say, because I want money. And then you're gonna go, then why do you want money? Well, I want money in order to travel. Why do you wanna travel? Well, I wanna travel because, and you keep on going until you think you're done. It can be 3, 4, 5, 10 whys. This is the most important part of the exercise. This is the most revelating one. That's how you say it?
You're doing good. Keep going.
This is the part that's the interesting part. For you that haven't figured out, my first language is Spanish. This is my second presentation in English, so I hope you take care of it. You know, it's like. If it was Spanish, I would be speaking really fast, and my wife will be like, cool it down, cool it down. She's back there and she's like, cool it down. Are you done? This is the most important part. Why do you trade? Well, I trade because I'm bored. I'm boring. I don't want to work anymore. Why don't you want to work anymore? I don't want to work anymore because I don't stand my bosses. Why don't you stand your bosses? Keep on going until you think you're done. Am I moving?
No, you're good.
And the question you should ask yourself once you finish that last why is, why do you want that? For what reason do you want that? So, again, you don't have to take pictures about this. So, you want to see if your strength align with who you are, with why you trade, with why do you want it, and why is it so important? Because if you understand that, then you're probably gonna be in that 10% that make it. Because you understand you. And the only person that understands you is not your psychologist, is not your psychiatrist, is not your wife, even though she thinks she knows me better than I do. It's you. The most important person in your life is you. It's not your kids, it's not your husband or your wife, it's not your significant other, it's you. So I think the best traders in the world know themselves better than any other person. I think that's like a superpower. And they have like certain unique things that their ways of being are very like. Have you seen, Alex, you're gonna kill me. Have you seen Alex like laughing through a live webinar, like making jokes or anything? It's like he transformed himself and he's hyper focused. So his way of being is focus. Focus, discipline, that's what make Alex stands apart. And I think focus and discipline are like one of the best traits to have as a trader. Okay? So if it doesn't align, that's information for you. Okay? So to understand all that I just said, you need to have a serious conversation with you because it's all about you. It's not about your tab. It's not about, you cannot play. So the person that, this is the, last year I said it, this is the hardest way of the easy ways to make money. I don't know if you understood me. Out of all the easy ways to make money, this is the hardest one. Because the only person responsible for touching the button is you. It's not Alex doing the webinar. It's not Tom saying, I like this stock here. The one that is touching the button is you. So at the end of the day, if you have a positive day or a negative day, it's all on you. You cannot blame the market. You cannot blame Alex or Tom. No one. It's just only you. So you stand up your chair and you leave the room and you seriously have a conversation with you. Okay? In order to see that, you have to create intimacy with yourself, and people do not like that shit. They don't like to. Intimacy, it means intimacy. That's the meaning. That if you look for the word in Latin, that's what it means. Whatever the type, people say intimacy that has to do with sex, it doesn't have to do anything with sex. Actually, if people understood the word intimacy, the origin of the word intimacy, 50% of marriage will not fail. Because the problem with intimacy is that you have to be vulnerable and no one wants to be vulnerable. They have like, they start creating walls around in order for people not to see them how they really are. The trait that I like the most about human beings is authenticity. It's like who you are here is the same as who you are in your house, in your bed with your significant other, in your work. It's not like you're accessing different masks as you move along in life or in different situations. So you need to know yourself in order, to me, this is my opinion, it's a story, maybe it's bullshit. But in order to be that person, you need to have a serious conversation with you. Okay? So, with that being said, it's almost the end, yeah, okay? So you don't get tired of me. It says there, the words you speak become the house you live in. So, I'm not talking about how you talk to other people. I'm talking about how you talk about yourself, especially when you're not making money. My tab, most of you do not know who my tab is, and I'm not gonna mention him. He's up like $1.5 million this year. And I'm down 5 figures. And we're trading more or less the same. The only thing is that he trades size. And he only trades the index, SPICE and QQQ, that's it. He trades Tesla, but his big trades are there. He's been an MIC member since day one, so he's a longer member than I am. And you see him and you'll never, ever, ever think that he's up that amount of money. And you see behind what he is, and you see a stable family, you see 3 kids. He talks fondly and greatly about his wife all the time. He has a successful career where he works because that's his part-time. He just bought a Tesla with autopilot so he can trade while he's going to work. I can look for the conversation in where he told me, if someone doesn't believe me, and that he's talking to me in the DMs in Slack while he's driving to work, and he's still working. And he's like, I want to quit, and I'm no, you can't quit. Is he here? No, he's not here. He just had a kid, so he's doing daddy duties. One of the things that has been most difficult for me is just trading. I need to do something else. So that's what I'm working for. That thing that is happening to me in particular, that drawdown that I'm having right now, is that I'm afraid of losing money because that's my only source of income. So I'm working right now to fixing that in order so I can go back to being profitable. So last thing is, comparison is the thief of joy. Why do I say that? If you compare yourself with Alex, if you compare yourself with Bao, if you compare yourself with Tom, Harry, James, you're playing a losing game. You are you. And you go, if Alex jumps 20 feet and you have to get to the same place feet by 1 foot at a time, you do you. That's why I say that trading is like levels in a game. The fact that Bao is in level 100 fighter, whoever played World of Warcraft or something like that, and you're in level 1 doesn't mean anything. You just take your time and go by. But if you compare yourself to him, that's the thief of joy. If I compare myself to my tab, I'm playing a losing game every day because I'm looking at, wow, he's making huge amount of money and I'm losing money. So it's all psychological. So this is my last slide, and this is the most important one. So I want you to look at these 10 things that are here, okay? And I want you to check if one of those 10 things ended up here. Because this is what is more important in life. My thing is meaningful connections. Who are my meaningful connections? You guys and gals. MIC, what it's all about, is about this. That's why I love MIC compared to other communities. We care. Even though you're mean to us because you're pissed off because you're losing money, sometimes. Or mama deleted the chart, or she deleted a conversation and you get pissed off at her. Mama is here because she cares. And I don't think people give her enough credit because of what she does. People, like when I went into because this happened to me. Do you think I started posting on main chat when I went in, and she started erasing my charts, and then she read me the rules. No one special. No, everyone has gone through mama. Actually, she should be receiving a standing ovation. Okay, so see, wife, control. Tell it. if at the end of the formula, the big formula that I gave you, doesn't align with this, you need to talk what is important in your life. Why? Time. People think that they have enough. And probably next year will come and I don't wish that, but probably there's someone that is not gonna be longer with us. So time is a luxury that not many have. If you don't believe me, go to a hospital. Actually go to a cancer, how do you say that? A cancer ward in the hospital. Health. So I'm getting old because I'm almost at 50. To me, 50 is like the, so.
Relax, sir.
I always ask people and put them on the spot. I ask, what age do you put my wife? People never guess it.
25.
Thank you.
And to us, like 5 or 10 years, health started being the most important thing in our lives. If you don't take care of yourself, the universe will take care of you. Period. So to me, health is the maximum thing. So eating well, sleeping well, enjoying life. 3, security. So you trade because you want money. At the end, what you're looking for is security. Because you want to be in a place that you feel calm. At the end of the day, it's all about sleeping well and being calm. 4, good sleep. There are books written about the importance of sleep. If you haven't read one, you should. Because people do not understand that sleep is one of the top things that you have. And I've been having, like, I wake up and I feel like my jaw is sealed. That's how I know I'm stressed. And I'm fixing to that not happening anymore. But out of the 7 days a week, I'm like 4 days with my mouth shut while I sleep because I know I'm stressed. And I'm stressed about money. So I'm working towards that. I'm not different from you guys and gals, okay? Inner peace. I read like 20 books a year, all about how to improve in any aspect of being a human, right? I love it. Right now I've read 23. So I've been working more towards that so I can keep on practicing what I read and communicating. If anyone, I'm even though I don't talk much in the chat, I'm always there. And if you DM me, I'll probably go and answer you at some point, but within the 24 hours, I'll be there. But I'm mostly there, okay? So, financial stability. Everybody is looking for that. So if at the end of your formula, you don't have financial stability or you're unconditional love. That's so important. People do not understand that the first person that you should love is you, and then next person is your significant other, your kids, your family. So if you don't have unconditional love with yourself or with someone else, you need to have a serious conversation with you. There's something missing and you need to fix that up. You need to feel loved. If not, being able to travel, that's my wife's favorite one. Like every time Steven goes somewhere, I'm like, oh my God. Dalia is gonna see where Steven is and she's gonna tell me when are we gonna start traveling. Oh my, Steven is my worst enemy, you know, it's like
You said something about comparison.
yeah, that's it. But it's me comparing. She's the one that wants to travel. That comes 9, the freedom of choice. If you become a successful trader, you have the freedom of choice. Alex just moved to Miami and he loves, can I say that?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I give the address?
You should you should ask that before you say it, though. Yeah.
That gives. I have a plan. My plan is once my kids are here because I love them to see that. That is not only in front of the computer touching buttons and with all those weird graphs, it's like once the little one, Mimi, goes out to college, that's when Mama and Papa will take their baggage and start traveling like Steven, because Steven, that's when we're gonna start traveling, it's like that's our being able to travel and the freedom of choice, right? And the 10th one, I already discussed it, meaningful connections. So you want to be connected somehow to people and to the universe. I'm a big believer that the universe works in mysterious ways. And if you do good, good comes back to you. And if you do bad, bad comes back to you. So that's it. That's my presentation. Do you have any questions? Questions? No? Was I so good? Alex.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
So we have two options here, guys. So next is moderator Q&A and talk from our broker. So we have a choice. We could either take a 15-minute break, 20-minute break, power through it, or take an hour lunch and come back. What do you guys want to do?
An hour lunch.
Lunch?
You want to take
All
it,
right, so
or
what time
should
is it
I
now?
take it?
It is
Or you want a new one?
1:30, so call 2:30. So let's meet back here 2:30.
No, I'm gonna keep it for me.
Do you need to charge this or anything, or? Please take your seats.
Okay, what the fuck? Oh.
All right, guys, ready to get started here?
It's the
What's up, guys? How's lunch? Good? Good? All right, cool. So, real quick, let me kind of talk about the schedule for the rest of the day so we're all on the same page. So, we're going to have Ross, our broker, talking about Success Trader. Then we're going to bring up all the mods here and answer every single question that you guys have, detailed, basic, whatever it is. And then if you are a Success Trader client or someone looking to open up an account, 4:45, meet in the lobby for laser tag. And if you are part of the private dinner tonight, meet 6:45 downstairs and we'll all take a car. So that's the game plan. Yeah. And I'm also, there's like release forms for laser tag. I don't know why, but I'm going to put it in the Slack channel. So after this, if you can fill that out, it'd be great. And when we're all done with everything, we'll hand out the t-shirts. And goal is to have everyone wear their t-shirts tomorrow for live training. So that's it. So what is a broker and why is it important, right? So the broker is pretty much the middleman between you and the markets. The broker is your partner, right? The more you trade, the better you trade, the broker is going to benefit from that. So it is in the broker's best interest to make sure that you are a great trader. So when we partner up with a broker like Success Trader, not only do we want someone that has the locates available, we want someone that has the service available, right? There's been plenty of times where I've been in any type of jam and I could call up Ross, I could call up Filippo, and they take care of it as fast as possible, right? So having a broker is like having a teammate in the market. And, you know, I've tried every single thing out there. Even Bao's tried everything. We've been doing this, Bao's been doing it 20 years now, I think. I've been at it 10 and a half years. We've tried everything, and we finally found a broker that fits exactly what we're looking for. Ross, how many locates do you guys have these days? 11, right? 11. So you guys have more locates than most of the brokers on the street. The service is amazing. If you guys know Filippo's always on chat. He's always at it. He's my right-hand guy here, so shout out to Filippo. So just out of curiosity, by a show of hands, who does not have an account as Success Trader? By a show of hands. Okay, cool. So Ross, I'm going to pass it over to you to explain what Success Trader is.
Sure. I mean, that was pretty much my entire presentation, so thanks. Hello, everyone. So my name is Ross Furman. I'm a managing director of Success Trader. Success Trader is a division of a company called Regal Securities. Regal has been around as long as I have. Was established in 1976, year of the dragon, incidentally. Right. The company has 3 divisions. We have kind of a traditional wealth management division. We have kind of a typical mom and pop discount brokerage division. And then, my partner and I formed Success Trader, which we call kind of the active trader or professional trader division, where we cater to people that are essentially making a living trading stocks and options. I've been personally with Regal for 13 years. half of my career. Our mission statement is pretty simple. We strive to be the best in the world at providing locates, providing routes, providing solutions for our clients. As Alex has teased, we currently have 11 electronic locate providers, meaning you have 11 different companies, vendors, competing between each other for your locate order. So essentially, when I started in the locate game, there was basically one source at that time. And, when there's one of anything, it's essentially a monopoly. So the question was, how do we add value to clients? And we essentially build an internal marketplace of locates. Like I said, where these guys can, present their availability and pricing, and you as the end user can decide, what's in your best interest. We're actually proud to say that within the next 2 to 3 weeks, we should have locate number 12. So again, I think we're at or near the top of the game and have been for quite a while as far as locate access and locate availability. So this is another step forward. And again, having a dozen electronic vendors competing, to give you the lowest possible price, obviously provides a lot of value to the end trader. Another way that we've helped traders find an edge and add value is by routing. As many of you know, we've developed over the years an MIC route, which was essentially custom built in order to give traders one of the most efficient ways to execute an order, even if you're not a professional and don't know, what buttons to hit and what is taking liquidity and adding liquidity and other things that are, slightly more complex for somebody who's been around for a while. Essentially, as we just discussed with Corey over lunch, there are a lot of routes that pay for adding liquidity and charge for taking liquidity. So in construction of that route, over time, we've developed a way that, again, for most order flow, there are exceptions to just about every rule, like sub-dollar stocks, like pre and post market. But during core hours, for stocks that are above $1, this route either does not charge you for taking liquidity, which is an activity that other routes and other venues would typically charge you, and it also pays you 25 mils per share, which is higher than the commission we charge for adding liquidity, giving you an opportunity when you're adding liquidity to offset some of your cost of trading. For instance, commissions could be mainly offset if you're adding liquidity most of the time. Other ways that we've innovated to add value to, I would say, bigger traders or bigger accounts is as far as cash management. So in this higher interest rate environment, although it does seem to be, at its peak, or we have seen this recent peak, you can actually make decent yield on your savings. Money market funds, CDs, T-bills is what all of these type of cash alternatives end up typically going towards. And T-bills have been paying, in the mid fives and are about 5% annualized return right now. Again, we're talking about government guaranteed, U.S. government guaranteed short-term bonds. They are, in my industry, the word guaranteed is essentially illegal. We can't guarantee profits. We can't guarantee we're the best at anything. But one thing that we can certainly use that word for is, in terms of T-bills or government bonds, because they are guaranteed by the U.S. government. And even when the government's in trouble, all they have to do to pay them off is just print more dollars and pay you back. And that's why they're considered one of the safest investments out there. So with the help of our clearing firm, Hilltop, what we are able to do is, for true day traders, we are able to park a significant amount of their account balance in a T-bill and yet give you 98% of the buying power of that balance as if that money was basically in cash. So you're making, give or take, whatever the rate is on the T-bill at the time you bought it, but let's call it in the ballpark of 5%. So you're making 5% on your cash while it's in T-bills, and yet you have 98% of your buying power. So meaning for a $100,000 account that's in T-bills, you would essentially have 98,000 multiplied times 4. You're essentially taking a 2% haircut to your buying power for being invested in T-bills, which is a pretty cool way to, again, avoid money market funds and just get the highest possible short-term yield. Again, we reserve this for bigger accounts, typically 100,000 plus. But if interested, reach out to us directly if you obviously have an account with us, and we'll be happy to assist. Last but not least, I mean, we're big fans of being part of a community and creating some kind of a culture with our traders. We've been part of MIC. We've had this amazing marketing partnership with MIC for, I think, 3 years now. It's been amazing for us all. It's been amazing, meeting a lot of you guys and meeting you and hanging out year after year. As many of you know, we do a lot of fun events. We've recently done a live trading event with Alex in Miami, which was absolutely killer.
Killer you tore your calf.
Yeah, we try to stay active. We're also getting old. Last year we did X throwing. We've done paintball and archery with our clients. I mean, we like to do cool things. Today, the activity du jour is laser tag, as Alex mentioned. Anybody who's a Success Trader client is invited. Anybody who is not a Success Trader client is invited to apply for an account literally today. And if you apply today and show us that you have a pending application, you're welcome to join us at Laser Tag as well. We're going to be we're going to be meeting there at 5:30. As Alex said, there's going to be waiver forms that need to be pre-completed. There's going to be in the MIC Slack. And I would love to take some questions from you guys and answer anything and everything you guys have for me. Anybody?
Question. Where do the locates come from, and how do you build those relationships? Because it's not easy for someone to get that relationship. So having that, how do you do it, and what makes it so special to have?
I mean, how is kind of my secret sauce. It's relationships. It's going out there. It's establishing these relationships. It's working with their teams on technology that a lot of these relationships didn't have. Like we've sought out desks. These are all financial institutions that have access to inventory. And through our relationships with them, or building new relationships with some of these institutions, we have guided or worked together with them to essentially plug them into DOS, which is not an easy feat, especially with big bureaucracies, and it's a process, and it takes a while, and everybody has their own kind of selling agreements and idea of what's okay, what's not okay. It keeps us certainly busy. But as I said earlier, I think the biggest value add because of that is that, if you go to a store and you're looking for any one thing, and you now have 12 choices versus one, as a consumer, it really empowers you and gives you an ability to save money or get better product, or ideally combination of those two things. And that's what we're striving to provide here.
So who owns those shares?
Who owns those shares?
That you borrow.
Typically, a person owns the stock.
Uh-huh.
I mean, at the end of the day, somebody owns the stock that their clearing firm, or whatever the place that they own it at, be it Robinhood or Fidelity or anybody, fill in the blank, essentially lends out their stock to another institutions or to their own stock loan desk. And these, in the background, these locates or borrows, which are two different things, move around the industry and, again, just a lot of money and a lot of shares move in both directions.
So you say borrows and locates are two different things.
So borrows and locates
what's
are
that?
two different things.
Okay.
So locate is an ability to well, it's not always electronically, but it's essentially like calling dibs on certain shares and trading against those shares, obviously trading short against those shares. However, a borrow is an actual commitment to deliver those shares.
Okay.
For instance, there's a big difference between somebody who day trades something and goes flat overnight, which means that the broker or a clearing firm has no obligation to deliver anything other than the P&L in that account.
Okay.
Right? So let's say you're trading symbol XYZ, you located 10,000 shares, you went in and out of it 10 times. So that's 100,000 shares that you traded intraday, but at the end of the day, the bell rings, you have 0 shares short or long in your account. There's 0 obligation on us to deliver anything. Now, if you have literally 1 share left short, somebody has to borrow physically and physically deliver that short, those shares against that short to cover that trade. When the broker cannot do that in a timely manner, that's where buy-ins occur. That's what a buy-in is. It's essentially saying, okay, we couldn't get the borrow in. Well, locate is easy. It's completely two different, not to say it's easy, but they're kind of two different animals. One is calling dibs. One is saying deliver it to my inventory. It has to be on my books. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah.
Can you come 1 second? I just want to show you something.
Oh.
When you have the locate 4 over here, right?
Okay.
And you press inquire, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't show you the locate button over here. So how do you locate those?
So what it does is different locate vendors.
I'm always looking for
Right.
those, and I can't get them because I don't know how to.
So I wish, can you put that on the screen? I don't know if you
Yeah.
Or can you throw up a DOS?
I don't have DOS on this computer.
We'll show you tomorrow when Alex or when they're doing live trading, because it'll be a live environment. But as I said, a lot of these vendors, as we call them, some of them they all use different technology, right? Some of them are on FIS, some of them are smart loan, whatever it is. They're all large back office systems for, again, shared delivery, locates, and so on and so forth. They all sort of speak to each other, but they all use different language, right? So when we plug them into DOS, not every vendor is displayed the same exact way in that locate, the DOS locate window. Some of them go up on top, where it's like traditionally you do everything in the upper end of this box, and some of them go in the bottom, where your activity would be, and gives you an opportunity to select right from that bottom window. Just right now it's disabled because the route is off. But typically you would have their line on the bottom of that screen, on that black box, and an opportunity to click there and accept from there. So it is there, you just kind of,
So such as this. Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, exactly. So for Loc 4 and others, you'd be locating right from this box, from this line, versus some of the other ones you're hitting locate here over there. So that's essentially the difference. You have it, because you're literally missing our best route.
Who determines the
Well, the execution price is you, because you accept the price. Like, meaning, how do they calculate the cost per share?
We call them located.
They are. They kind of are. But again, when there's one, it's a monopoly. When there's 12, some of them are going to look foolish. Some of them charging like $1 per share for $5 stock, and I'm looking at that like, what are they smoking, right? And then you'll have, someone next to you charging 3 cents or something, reasonable. The good news is, or it's good news, but I'm not in the business of selling locates. So meaning I'm not one of those vendors. I'm not selling you my supply. Right. My job is to kind of, the way that we solved for what we do is again through this marketplace of these locate vendors. We are actually, I'd love to ask the audience. So we are considering, because now we have 12 lines. So every time you hit inquire all, you're going to have 12 different vendors showing you pricing on that drop down, which seems pretty busy, especially if you're trading off a laptop. So we are now thinking of either doing independently or working with DOS to kind of consolidate and show you kind of the best price. Like we already have the locate lowest. I don't see it here.
This one might not be updated.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Right, exactly. So locate lowest button, which typically resides right here, allows you to essentially place a limit order for the maximum you're willing to pay per share. And it'll sweep, and by the way, it'll sweep all of those. It'll sweep and kind of fill you from the lowest to the highest up to the share amount that you've indicated. Meaning, I want 5,000 shares and I'm willing to pay a nickel for it at most, right? It's not going to start with the highest. It's going to start with the cheapest possible shares and fill up to 5,000 shares. So we have that tool. But the question is, do you guys, knowing that we have, let's say, 11 now, 12 soon, would you want to see all 12 and their inventory, or would you kind of want to see just the bottom line and, what's the cheapest?
Easy button.
Easy button, right? I mean, that's what I'm asking.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's my opinion. Easy button.
Okay, noted. Noted. Yeah, it's kind of already in the works, but we'll take time. Please. So currently, our minimum account size is 30,000. We do not take and we do not plan to take sub-PDT accounts at all. We recognize also that not everybody can afford to, or maybe even should, even if they can afford, start with a $30,000 trading account. That everybody has to be new to the game at some point, and you have to have training wheels before you ride a bike, and that's totally okay. And we recognize that those accounts may not, start with Success Trader as your original home, and we totally understand and respect that. But once the training wheels are off and you have over $30,000 account and you're actually trading and understand at least the basics of how to use the platform, again, we would love to, be your home and solution to your trading needs.
Is there a practice module software practice?
Sure. So DOS Trader Pro, if you literally just go to their website, they have a pop-up that offers you a 14-day free trial of DOS.
That little subscribe at the top, just click there.
Yeah.
Like I'm on the page, like DOStrader.com, just click subscribe and you'll get, what is it, 2 weeks? 14
days? 2 weeks. And,
14 days.
2 weeks is not enough?
Yeah.
Do it again with a different email.
Yeah.
Just don't tell them I told you that. Please.
Question for you, not to put you on the spot.
Sure, I'm already on the spot.
Yeah.
Go for it.
We're from Canada.
Right.
We unfortunately can't do Success Trader, but can we still come to the laser tag tonight?
Yes. I like that. Yes, you're personally invited by me. What else, guys? Please. I mean, I would like to think people tend to screw it up on a daily basis. I would say, I would think it is. You go to successtrader.com, you click on open an account, and you follow the prompts. These are my instructions.
And we have a broker liaison in chat. So Bobby, where are you, Bobby? Bobby. So Bobby will help you if you ever have any questions on setting up the account.
But you know what? Let me.
He's also a good connection for Wagyu.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Bobby, we got to talk. My grill is almost up. Let me actually touch on a couple of things as far as opening accounts with us. We reject a ton of accounts, and I'll go over some of the reasons very quickly so you guys understand why and the logic behind it. Number one, if you're right that you're a student or unemployed, it's very tough for us to justify giving an unemployed person or student margin and ability to leverage their funds. And guys, we all know day trading is not an easy thing, Leverage makes it 10 times worse. Shorting, by definition, is one of the riskiest strategies you can do in stocks or options, right? Anytime you're short, you have unlimited unlimited downside. When you buy something, you can only lose the money that you're buying with, right? When you're shorting something, theoretically speaking, there's no ceiling to how high something can go. For those reasons, whoever opens an account and gets margin and has the ability to borrow, we want to make sure that person is qualified. If you're putting that your liquid net worth is 25 grand, you know, our account minimum is 30. We can't let a person lose their entire life savings on paper, you know, because we're not a casino. I mean, you know. So that's number one.
Typo.
The other thing is investment objectives and risk tolerance. So the 3 boxes, if my memory serves me right, is like income, growth, or speculation, something along those lines. Again, as I explained a minute ago, short selling by definition is the most speculative thing you can do in the stock market because of the unlimited downside. Because of that, the only people we approve for short selling is someone who checks off speculation as the risk tolerance. Income essentially means you're living off income, which means we should only be buying you bonds or super, super conservative investments. Growth is kind of more just investing for the long term. Speculation is day trading. Another thing when applying for accounts, one of the things that we pride ourselves on and works pretty well with us most of the time is cash movement, basically ACHs. We're huge fans of using ACH to move money in and out of accounts. I love wires when they're incoming, especially when you're trying to fund an account and get money in there same day. Anytime, especially when you want to withdraw anything out of the account, there's a free way to do this electronically. Wires require forms, require signatures, require us approving them, and if they're a large dollar amount, they also require notary stamp. We can move up to $100,000 in or out of your account by ACH with 0 forms required. You go to our back office site, you create an ACH request, takes seconds, and money goes in and out of your account. So when you're opening the account, I strongly suggest opting for the ACH option. I would even say make a deposit of at least something, even if it's $1, just to make sure the ACH relationship is active and it's already tested. Any other questions? Please.
Usually I understand that when you set your fantasy orders, whether to sell or to buy, usually that's added liquidity, I understand. But basically when I finish my trade, let's say that I ended up trading 6,000 shares, usually I get about 3,000 to 2,500 shares, which has liquidity. And why am I not getting all the 6,000, the rebate,
Right.
out of the 6,000?
So the question is really about adding or taking liquidity and how to control, I guess, the amount of it on either side. Yeah, you let the market come to you, basically.
Right.
So, number one, that's typically the right way to add liquidity is. So the difference between taking, and this is not like a book definition, this is my verbal definition. I strongly suggest Googling it and really studying this stuff because it's complex. But in simple terms, taking liquidity is a marketable order. It's an order that you place and you expect instant execution. Whether it's a market order or it's an aggressive limit order that will instantly fill you. If you place an order, you gotta fill, that's taking liquidity, just for simplicity's sake. Whenever you're placing an order and let the market come to you, including if you're selling or short selling, you're selling on the offer rather than the bid, right? You're still letting the market come to you. That's technically speaking adding liquidity. Now, each route, there's an enormous amount of liquidity flags. It is complex. each trade is different, and I'll try to explain why. You may be on the offer, even if you're way higher than the offer. Ultimately, you're not getting filled until the market comes to you, right? So what happens is if somebody places an enormous buy order versus your sell, it'll sweep your first couple of hundred shares or your first beginning like iceberg of your order, will fill as adding liquidity because that is the offer. But within that same microsecond and identical fill, the rest of your order can easily get swept as the aggressive order because you immediately, first 100 shares or 200 shares or whatever is adding, and the last just basically crosses the market and you become the aggressive order. You understand? So you can have multiple liquidity flags and different types of execution on the same exact trade. Does that make sense? Different market makers and different routes have different standards. Also, like let's say, I believe some have, we call them iceberg orders, when you're only displaying a certain size to the street. Like I'm displaying 100 shares, but I have a 10,000 share order, right? Because I don't want the street to see that I have so much on the offer and not allow the stock to come to me, right? But because you're not displaying full liquidity, they might not pay you a rebate and say, well, that's a hidden order, so we'll pay you for the 100 shares, the rest, it's an iceberg that's, and different routes are different. And honestly, it's very difficult to control that.
Does it can be used MIC level? Internally, the system looks for the best route, but a different route.
Correct. But there are other ways. I mean, again, those who graduate, somebody who's relatively new to trading and just trying to stay profitable, and again, I don't do education. This is MIC's kind of part. But once you have your trading game down to a certain extent, and you're ready to learn about routing, I suggest maybe even scheduling a call with one of us and going through the routing matrix and better understand. We have like 30 routes, give or take. I don't remember the exact number, but we have a lot of routing options. We have multiple routes that are midpoint routes. So if you want to get printed in between the spread, and the spread could be a penny. The spread doesn't have to be wide. But sometimes, you trade $100 stock, the spread is $1. And you see, if you look at the time and sales, you'll see a ton of executions happening, ton of liquidity in between the spreads. We have multiple ways of accessing just that liquidity. It's never free, at least it's almost never free, meaning those are premium routes that they do charge, 15 mils, let's say. But if for 15 mils you're even getting a half a penny better execution, it's still 35 mils ahead of the game. Plus you're getting filled instead of sitting on the sideline, right? So we have, a couple of just those type of solutions. So it's just, the next level of advancement for a trader. But yeah, there's a lot of value to routing and understanding that game well. Sure. Anybody else? Please.
Do you have we were talking about locates and borrows, is there a cost for borrowing from multiple banks?
Excellent question. So when you locate a stock, you're paying to essentially day trade. You essentially paying to enter that trade. If the stock is not reg show, you're free to day trade, meaning be in and out of the short or recycle that locate, if you will, as many times during that day, and even after hours, as you want. The moment you hold something overnight, now my clearing firm, or any clearing firm, has an obligation, as I explained earlier, to receive and deliver, meaning exchange cash for shares, right? It's almost never free. Even Apple, Tesla, or something insanely widely held and easy to borrow, still be like 1 or 2% a year. It'll be nominal, but it still exists. But your account won't feel it. When you're holding a ultra low float stock that's insanely hard to borrow, where the locate fees are preposterous, and you're holding it overnight for multiple days, it could be very, very expensive. The crazy thing is, we have no idea because it'll be predicting the future. I can't even tell you exactly how expensive it will be the day that you're short. What we suggest you do is reach out to our desk before the close, ideally before 3:45 Eastern time, and ask us what the neg rate is. In industry terms, it's called a negative rate, and that's what these banks or these institutions charge each other to trade these shares, to receive or give the borrowers. Exactly. Stock loan departments, between us and Jefferies or Goldman and whoever it may be. Those rates are somewhat negotiable. They vary every single day. And it's obviously on the supply demand. The more it's needed, the more expensive it will be. It is not uncommon for these rates to be 1,000% a year. Not uncommon at all. So you divide that by 365, and that's exactly what you're paying per night. I mean, listen, again, sometimes it's worth it. Sometimes, big guys take a huge position and the company, does a secondary, announces a secondary or whatever it is, or some kind of dilutive effect, brings the stock down 30%, and it'll cost you 3% overnight to hold that security. Is it worth it? I mean, if you can predict that and let that play out, absolutely. But as a standard practice, I think it's a really good idea to, go flat overnight and get some sleep. Definitely less stress. Questions? I think just our relationships, honestly, just customer service, and just we like being small. We're not tiny, but I enjoy the fact that I know many of you guys in the room. I enjoy the fact that Bao and I have been friends for over a decade. And when you have thousands of clients, it's actually very hard to do that. And when, Dennis, for instance, I spoke to him, I think, on Friday, helped him out with something nominal. But it's cool to know the people that you're working with and helping with. And, some of these relationships that I've developed within our industry and with our clients are amazing. And some of these guys have become, some of my best friends. And it's just, we do cool things together. And I love it. I love what I do because of that. And I think, just the value of that relationship is just next level. And that's one of the reasons why we don't necessarily want to go for quantity and have thousands of accounts. We'd rather have hundreds of accounts, but know everybody on a first name basis. Anybody else?
Cool. Thanks, Ross. One more. Last one.
Let's do it. Absolutely. Removing it. So giving or removing risk control, it's something that's done on a broker level. It's something it's your money, it's your account. And we hope and expect that you're an adult and has discipline. But we also know that no one truly ever does and is. We can lock it down. However, if you say, give me access to my control, you're the boss at the end of the day. We kind of have to follow the same way that you're telling us. So we love chats. We have a chat on our website, which works great. You can just come through the chat and just give us the instructions, and that's typically good enough. I mean, obviously you can call us, but for something that simple, I don't think it's necessary. Last chance. Anybody else? All right, awesome. Thank you all very much.
All right, let's bring the mods up here and let's start doing a Q&A. So mods, make your way up here and let's start answering some questions. So who has a question? Raise your hand. I'll bring the mic over to you and we'll take them there.
I'll read off the chat.
Go for it.
So a lot of times in live trading, you talk about money flow. And I'm just wondering, like, how do you see money flow so quickly?
Yeah.
I just don't get that part.
Yeah, so what I do is like I have 4 screens on my, yeah, okay. Great question. So what I do is I have 4 screens right in front of me for trading every day. So my primary screen right in front of me is like the watch list stocks. So I'll have the first like 4 watch list stocks right in front of me. And then on the left of me, I'll have all the other potential stocks moving on the day. And then on the farthest of me, I have all the hot stocks moving or whatever it may be. So that way it's the furthest way, I'm less tempted for it. My main focus is the watch list stocks. So whenever I turn my head and see money flow entering, it's all right next to me. So I put all the potential stocks that are moving on the day, all of them that have potential attention, news on the day, whatever it is, maybe like 5, 10 different stocks on the left of me. So all I have to do is while I'm not watching the primary stocks, just look to my side, see where it's going, and figure it out from there, pretty much. But I'm pretty much watching the top 10 stocks every single day, all next to me, and just waiting to see where it goes.
Is it just pure volume that you're seeing?
Volume, breaking high of the day. Essentially, one stock is breaking down on volume, and nearly almost that same second, another stock is gaining that volume, ramping up and pushing up. So, cool. Just raise your hand, guys. I'll come to you. Question?
Is this on? So yeah, I'm pretty new to this. I just started in April. I had a question about, could you explain dilution and also how does flow rotation work?
So the main thing about dilution, Joe, you want to pull up the video library and bring up the fundamental analysis series, whenever you get a chance. But basically, we have a series on fundamental analysis, ATMs, warrants, and all that stuff. So the thing that Bao has said very good is sometimes you get too biased. So although you know that there's warrants, although you know there's an ATM, although you know that this company is toxic, that might not stop it from running. It's just nice to know, behind the scenes what the agenda is. In terms of float rotation, these days, everything is getting float rotated because all the algos are taking control. You saw on something like, was it GNLN or whatever it was, 800,000 share float goes from 3 to 20. You know what I'm saying? So they can't do that without volume. So these days, I wouldn't even say it's volume. I wouldn't say it's float rotation. It's the heavy volume that comes into these stocks. Back when we were trading, 3, 4, 5 years ago, a stock trading 20 million shares on the day was a crazy volume day. Now 20 million shares is nothing. Now it's 200 million shares. So I would say volume is the most important thing. And what Joe's pulling up right here is the fundamental analysis series. So this teaches everything between, warrants, ATMs, all that stuff. So that's probably a good place to start. Anyone have any?
I remember having a conversation with Alex one time because I got really deep into the analysis portion of it. And I got really biased in seeing what I saw or I thought I saw in these different filings. And there would be opportunities that just passed me. And I had reached out to him and I just asked him like his opinion. He goes, you know what, these are just guides. At the end of the day, just trade the process, follow the lines, and just stick with the plan. So, it's a great knowledge base to have, but don't make it the end or be all when it comes to your trade plan.
Yeah, like Bao says, painting the picture.
Yeah, because like when you're building your thesis of trade, you're like a detective, right? You're like a private investigator trying to figure out what's going on. So all that stuff is just one more element, one more evidence, one more proof to try to build your case. But that one little thing alone is not going to be the main reason, because you need to put the whole picture together. It's like painting your picture, right? So more pieces come in, you can see the bigger picture overall.
Guys, come to you. Don't be shy, don't be afraid. This is your chance, right? This is why you're here. This is why you're here.
We're here.
Yeah. They've asked all their questions.
Don't ask 2 hours.
This question is for Bao. You like to zero out your pre-market positions. You always post in chat. All right, I'm all flat here and I'm getting ready for the open. So can you talk about kind of how you trade pre-market, why you go flat just before the open, and then you're getting ready for something else? Just what your perception is of that kind of process of going from pre-market to the open.
Don't we have another mic? Can we afford another mic?
We did.
Next year. I actually don't go flat. It just depends on if I want to get out of the trade. So basically, I always tell you got pre-plan, right? So part of the pre-plan, you need to have like we're going to enter and we're going to exit for both the winner and the loser. So the moment I reach my goals of where it exits, that's how I get out. Where I actually plan my positions is towards zombie hour. So during zombie hour, we always say like if a stock's like above VWAP or hovering VWAP and you wanted to go down so badly but it has not gone down all morning, chances are it may go up during zombie. That's what we call the zombie move. And so that's when you should flatten your stuff. So pre-market I don't really flatten unless it reaches my target. But where you can flatten it, so the scary thing about pre-market is like if it breaks down pre-market all of a sudden it spikes back up and reclaims and it makes a new high, you better get the hell out. That's when you should flatten it. Oh yeah, the reason so pre-market is like much less volume, much less algos in there. Pre-market is like a setup. They're painting their roadmap, what's going on. So they're putting the outer line, the top lines, the bottom lines, and so the reason I trade pre-market is I'm trying to paint the picture once again, right? So pre-market I can't really size up because there's not enough information. So you cannot really size up because the volume is not there. The whole roadmap, because I always say like the trading fish. Your historical charts, your charts are basically like a roadmap, like a GPS. So you can guide it, but the whole picture's not painted yet. You can still go outside of your map, but at least you have that as information. So as day grows on, you have more of a picture, which is more of a chart.
Hi, this question also for Bao. I know like some days you like trade like a dozen tickers, maybe 15, and I'm just wondering how can we do that? How can we see more?
Next question.
How do you set things up? Do you use alert alarms?
Based on his time of arrival today, no alarms.
You need to learn to crawl before you can run in the Olympics, right? So it's basically doing the same process, but across multiple stocks. So get your process good so that you can do it in one stock. And it becomes muscle memory. And so then you can start multitasking. So don't hit everything at once. I like the way Alex does it, where he just takes the top best stocks. That's the best way to do it. So you don't need to treat everything seriously. It's like quality over quantity.
It also depends on your personality, right? This is Bao's personality. He likes to attack every single stock, whereas my personality is I'm not multitasking. I like to pick the top 2 or 3, and rather than split my attention, 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%, 100% all in on what I think is the best setup. So at the end of the day, it depends on your personality. You may be more of a trader like me, which is one extreme, or a trader like Bao, which is the complete opposite extreme, but we trade the same stocks with the same process. So you have to find what type of extreme you are. Maybe you're more like me, maybe you're more like him, or maybe you're in the middle. That comes with practice, trying it, but you shouldn't be trying to be just like me or just like Bao because your personality is totally different. So find what fits your personality.
So start with the basics, get the basics down, then you start with the
My question is for Bao, and it's about your Christmas trees. Are those equal shares going up? Why so many triangles? Could you explain your process a bit more?
We'll talk that offline.
It really just depends.
Yeah, so there's a lot of the training fish that has it, the training fish academy. We talk about this, but we can talk this offline. It's a little more complicated. It's not just one for all, right? So the whole thing about that is there's a price and there is an average and there is amount of shares I want, and then you scale into that. That's it. So you either have one bullet, so it's like 1,000 shares at $1.50, or you can do 200 shares, 200 shares. You know, at the end of the day, I'll still get 1,000 shares and an average.
Isn't it easier to just take one bullet?
Well, are you good? You win. The hell it is. If I knew exactly that price that I could top tick every time, 10,000 shares, one shot, right? But usually you
to
don't.
go one shot, one kill. You know, that's why we always try to scale it.
Well, it depends on your size too, right? Yeah. If you're one share, yeah, that's what one share.
Can I ask another question? Yeah, go for it. Okay, so say you have your thesis is still intact.
Say your thesis still is intact. I mean, how much time do you give it before you say, okay, I think this is not going to go in my direction or go, my way? How much time do you give that before you eject?
We have the it's just not as good.
Yeah, it's not just the time. There's a FAQ on trading video series on how to take a loss. And so it's a bunch of combinations. So a lot of times, like if zombie hour comes, that's one of my indicators to get the hell out, right? Because that's breakdown. Or it can be price. Whenever your thesis is no longer valid, whatever the reason may be. It could be time-based, it could be price-based, volume-based, how pissed off your girlfriend if you didn't go to lunch with her, you know, shit like
Say none of those things are violated. You're like just kind of sitting there.
Well, then the thing is, like, if a stock doesn't do what I expect it to do in a certain time I wanted to do, then I need to get the hell out.
So do you focus on having a time-based exit?
But like you said, when we talk about time, it's not like okay, 30 seconds exactly, 30 minutes exactly needs to do, right?
Like you say, like, okay, 30 minutes.
It's like a feeling too.
Yeah. All right.
It's like if it oscillates too many times and it does not make a lower low and starts to make a higher high, that I need to get the hell out. So, but if it just goes straight like this, and you're like, shit, man, that's experience, and you guess. You can either stay on it or just keep your stop in, right?
Yeah, it all depends too, right? So for me, it's zombie time. So 10:30 is where I cut myself off, or like Bao said, where the trade thesis is no longer valid. So if you're shorting a stock and it's a death candle, and you're shorting the death candle, if it reclaims a death candle, your thesis is no longer valid. But if it hasn't reclaimed yet and it's not zombie times, then you can wait it out. But it all depends on your plan, right? Your plan may take 5 minutes to execute, it may take 5 hours to execute. But if your plan is still intact and it's actually the plan that you predetermined before you entered the trade, then you have no reason to exit because your plan is not breached.
Yeah, you're looking for a reason why your plan is no longer valid, and that's when you get out.
And is it based mostly on one factor or multiple factors?
There's a ton of stuff, right? The price, a volume, it could be time, it could be your attitude. I mean, basically how it would. A lot of times we don't know, if we knew exactly what those indicators are 100%, we will never lose. But there's so many random indicators, right? Some guy fat fingers a trade, and now all of a sudden, oops. Or Alex says, I'm covering it. Now 100 people copy him.
Alex indicator.
Alex indicator.
So depending on the trade, whether your exit factor could be different.
Like I said, you have to watch it and see when your thesis is no longer valid. So each person's thesis is different, right? So my thesis is So that's why the pre-market, it pops up. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna look at the daily chart. I'm gonna find a whole number that I'm gonna short. So my thesis is very simple in that case, because my goal is a nail and bell, quick trade only. I'm not there to stick around. It's pre-market. So my thesis is it better reject at that whole number, plus or minus 10 cents on top. And so for me, that's my indicator. It's not about time or anything. So whenever you make a trading plan, you have to, it's like, why did you make that trading plan? It's not arbitrary, right? Because you're like, okay, now it's under VWAP. So that could be an indicator. If it breaks over VWAP, stays over VWAP, you exit. So whatever your determining factor is when you created that plan to begin with.
Anyone else have anything to add?
Yeah, and I think as well as what you talked about, as far as factors when you know you're wrong, I feel like how many times are we in a trade and we feel it start to grind against us or move a little bit, and it starts to kind of get away from us. I think at that point, you know that you're wrong, or at least you know you're in the wrong direction, But also it comes down to your plan too. Like if you're scaling in and it's, as far as on the long side or short side, technically, if your plan is to scale, your plan is to be wrong a little bit because you're scaling, right? So it's like, I'm going to be wrong here. I'm willing to be wrong with this bullet. I'm willing to be wrong with this bullet. And then once you're done, or you have your maximum risk or whatever, that's when you kind of know. So I think it's a hard question, but as far as shorts, I feel like it's like, it's grinding against you. Like, in a perfect world, your entry, you should be rating the money right away. You hear a lot of traders talk about this. You want to be right away. If you're not right away, that's okay. But then that's where the time stop can come in and other stuff like that. So I hope that can kind of further expand on it a little bit.
Yeah, so my question is, a lot of us, I feel like maybe just me, we're looking to get consistent. But as moderators who are being consistent and making considerable sums of money, think about the next 5 years. What are some areas of growth or improvement that you guys would like to achieve?
Is that question for who? All of us?
Or, yeah, anyone who wants to answer.
I think for me, it's just like more discipline. I think I feel like there's just so many missed opportunities still for me. Like you wake up in the morning and maybe you slept in a little bit and boom, you missed an opportunity right there. So I think for me, it's just I think honestly, if it's just trying to get more opportunities and more eyes. Like sometimes I'll nail one play and there's like 3 others that I could have also got, but I just missed somehow. So I think it's working on that. Like, how can I get the maximum amount of opportunity every single day? There's this quote. What is it, Alex? Like, don't cry about missed opportunity, cry about missed consistency, which is like what I'm doing right now. I'm crying about missed opportunity. I think you should really focus on the consistency. It's trying to be consistent every day. Like a lot of the presentations, it's a very common theme of how can I take the easiest trades on the day with the least amount of risk that cause me the least amount of stress so I can sleep at night and perform better the next day. And thinking like that can optimize and get you just so much better and in a better headspace. Because there's also a cost for each opportunity, which doesn't get talked about enough. How much stress are you putting into that opportunity? Everyone wants 10 plays a day, but are you really mentally able to handle 10 plays a day? Can you handle that stress? I think with the more money, this man is a different animal. We're talking about a different beast here. Yeah. But the more money that you're looking to make, it comes with more stress. So are you at a point in your life that you can handle that much stress? I think both are hand in hand. So you need to look at yourself and say, okay, can I take on more stress? That's just it,
So I think when you talk about 5 years, 5 years in trading is like 5 lifetimes. Let's worry about tomorrow. So what I would do is make weekly goals for yourself, right? And so it seems like so far away, this goal you want in trading. But if you break it down by week, by day, you got it. So maybe when you wake up in the morning, the first goal is to create a plan. So every day, your goal would be have a good night's sleep. So your trading actually begins the night before with a good night's sleep. Everything if you're drunk, hungover, no sleep, there goes your day. So maybe the first goal for me would be, I would be sober every day this week, right? And so those are the simple things that adds on to each other. So you're like, hey, I'm really proud. This week I didn't miss a single training day because I was drunk. And the next day could be, I created a plan every day before I got in. Or I stopped out when I should have stopped out. And so make those plans and every day keep doing it. And then one day, 1 month you look back, 1 year you look back and you're there.
So now I'm gonna see who was paying attention on my presentation. What was the number one luxury that was in the last slide? Time. Okay. So I'm gonna tell you something that just happened to me 10 minutes ago. I was looking at Facebook and I just found out that a friend of mine is a guy that just grew up with me in the other street of where I grew up. He died this morning of cancer. So his time's up. So answering the question, I think enjoying life every day, like you just waking up and being grateful, and then like Bao just said, do a plan, execute the plan. At the end of the day, be grateful because you have another day that you had another day. Next day, repeat. People focus too much on the 5-year plan, 10-year plan, 3-year plan, and stop enjoying the day that the universe just gave you as a gift.
All right, I got a question. So I'd like to get several answers from several of the moderators. If I start out with 30,000 in my account, what is a recommended amount per trade that you would recommend? It might be different for a couple of you. If I get to 100,000, is it a percentage still, or is it a certain amount? And does that ever shift? I would love to know, because I think that's been one of my hang-ups.
What kind of trader are you?
Short buys, for sure.
Short intraday bias?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's long or?
Yeah.
That's 1%.
I'll give an overall thing, and then they'll get to specifics for you, okay? So my whole thing is when you start trading, you're a brand new trader. What you should focus on is the classroom learning, the process, all that stuff. And then the next step is to paper trade. But don't paper trade too long, because then you get the bad habit of. So what the paper trade does is it forces you to create a plan. So now you're writing out your trades. And so you become a good habit by pre-planning like that. And then you start using tiny size on a live account, just so you can learn the mechanics. So with your question about all that sizing, by the time you get to that point, most of those questions will be answered because you already had a trading plan. And the trading plan already consists of how many shares to do. And so then I'll let you guys talk about the specifics, but it depends on the stage you are, the level you are in trading. Like if you're a brand new trader, maybe it should be 0.001%. You're only trading one share just to feel how it is to do a buy yourself. Or like when you're more experienced, I don't put $1 million in my account anymore. I'm using 90% of my account because that's not all my money.
I would say too, it's your comfort level. So like even if I all of a sudden had $1 million account, I still wouldn't like trade more than I'm comfortable trading. So like Alex has old live trade videos where you could see the P&L moving, and I would see like 20 grand moving, and I was like sweating. So like I'm just not comfortable with like huge size, like some so it depends on your comfort level. It wouldn't for me depend on my account level. I would size my account based on my comfort level, but I mean even Alex trades with small accounts. So in the end, I think it's your comfort level. I would say a lot of guys asked me this weekend like about sizing up, but they said, "Oh, I sized up, and then I never win, but I was winning before that." And they sized up like 100%, So it's like size up 10%, see how comfortable you feel till you hit that wall, because there's a wall where you'll feel like not comfortable anymore, So I would say comfort level.
So the whole thing's about creating a consistent process that yields repeatable success. And so the blueprint to making $1,000 a day begins with making $50 a day. So don't worry about the P&L, don't worry about the size. That will be all figured out. Because when you're asking that, it's already showing that you haven't done the other steps to get there. You're not consistent yet. So you don't know sizing. So the whole thing is when you start training guys, don't be looking to make money. Look to become consistently profitable in the process. Because you make $100 a day, make $20 a day, $10 a day. If you can do $10 a day for an entire month, you can make $500 a day, $1,000 a day. But prove to yourself first before you blow up all your money that you can make $10 a day consistently.
In my opinion, the problem that every human being have being a trader is greed. So I had friends that they know that I'm into this, and they have come to me like, teach me. I'm like, okay, you can do this. I can 100% be sure that if you follow these steps, you can make $50 a day. But the problem is that once he does that $50 a day for a month, then he wants to make $100 a day, and that's acceptable. But then greed starts feeding. And then he doesn't want to no longer make $100 a day. Now he wants to make $2,000 a day. See that jump? 50, 100, 2,000. And then he blows up. It happens to a friend of mine that back in COVID, I hold his hand for a month. A guy that he grew up with me. He's one of my best friends. In 3 months, he was up like $30,000 trading. And I say, dude, wire out. Wire out, because you're gonna 3 months, 30,000. That's not consistent. Wire out. Enjoy that $30,000. Go with your wife somewhere. Buy something. You know what happened? He blew up, and then I was the one to blame. He no longer speaks to me. A 30-something year relationship down the drain because he blamed me because I yelled at him because I told him I told you so. I don't want your wife calling me because you blew up money. Because I told you so that you were gonna blow up, but it's my fault, you know. So it's like everybody's gonna tell you. I see it and I explain it level by level. Level 1, $10. Level 2, $20. Level 3, $40. Level 5, $100. Step by step. Not try to jump, but greed will start speaking to you. It's like your demons sit with you to trade, and they make fun of you because wow. You could make it $500, but still you're making $50 a day. Again, like I said, this is the most difficult thing to do of all the easy things to make money.
Yeah, so I think, in my opinion, large size or small size is very subjective. It depends on what you ask. Maybe 5,000 is a lot to me. 5,000 shares to Alex, it's just a starter, right?
Exactly.
And I think your loss, to me, my risk is based on a percentage. So it's set, it's static. As far as size, not every setup deserves the same exact size, right? We have maybe a B plus setup because we don't have anything else. So why not take less size to survive for when the time actually we have A plus setups? Ultimately, in my opinion, based on my experience, size has to be earned. If you go from 500 shares to 3,000 shares, you're going to be emotionally impacted. I don't care who you are. We're human beings. But if you gradually go from 500, 700, and you earn it through 2 weeks, 3 weeks, okay, I'm doing better. Let's add another 200, 300 shares. You gradually adapt to it. You're no longer emotional. You're just trading based on what you actually know. And like we say, process over profits. The profits, they're just the byproduct. So.
When I type trading fish into the library, it pulls up about 5 or 8 videos. Is that the whole?
No, there should be. Joe, you want to pull up the categories?
Yeah.
Video library, page. Yeah, there. Then it should be on the right side somewhere. Should be on the over here on the
under courses.
The courses, yeah.
And how? Okay.
You click that, and then it should be.
There's 4 pages of
4
them.
pages. So
it's actually 4 pages.
4, was it 24?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like 30. Okay, so I have to find where it says courses.
Yeah.
And how? On the side.
So if you're here,
got it.
Down.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I watched those 5 to 8.
Yeah,
like
we're in
10
the
times.
process of updating the video library. That's why some of them are not showing up in the search bar.
Okay.
Yeah, but they should show up in the sections.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And Alex, one more. A few weeks ago in live trading, there was a stock It was about $5, and it popped real quickly to $5.50 and rejected, and then you put your first position right there at $5. And, was that a market order or a limit order?
So what I do is like, if you DOS, Joe, can you pull up a DOS level 2, like an image of it, real quick? So the way DOS works is I like to preset my orders. Like I have my share size already preset. Let's say 1,000 shares, and on DOS with the level 2, if you let me see where it comes up. If you just click the bid or ask, it automatically inputs the price. So I have my share size already in there before the trade enters. And all I'll do is take my mouse and I'll click 183.29. It'll automatically input 183.29 there, and I'll just hit the button. And that saves me a couple seconds.
Oh, so you're clicking in the
I'll click that, which will automatically input the price here, so I don't have to spend 1 second typing it out. But my share size I already have pre-selected. I'll have like 2,000, 3,000 in the box before I enter. When I'm ready to either short or buy, I'll click the price. It'll automatically input here, and I'll just click the button.
Okay, so it's still a limit order per se.
Still a limit order, and then also like let's say if it's 183.32, if I click 183.29 here and hit the bid, it's almost like I'm hitting the bid.
Right.
So
it's just a little low.
it's like a limit order that could technically act as a market order because you're below the price.
Okay.
You're below the price. Well, I'll show it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll show it tomorrow on the live trading. But that's what I like to do to save a little bit of time. Like I'm the type of guy that like I don't really care about the rebates from time to time. I'd rather pay for the execution than pay to save the money, whereas Bao is the polar opposite. Bao said if his hands stop working, if his feet stop working, and he goes in the grave and I don't cover his orders, adding liquidity, he's going to haunt me from the grave.
But yeah, don't do market orders, especially small caps, because they're so thin sometimes that you get swiped. And so putting a limit order below the bid acts like a market order, but with a price.
Protection.
Protection, correct.
So let's say the price of the stock is $5.10. If I put $5, the absolute lowest in the field is $5, and I'm okay with trying to get that field. It's probably going to fill me at $5.09.
It's like an auction on eBay with a minimum, right?
Right. But then you pay the ECF. You don't get the rebate for doing that, you know?
Unless you use some MICL,
MICF.
the MIC route, you can slam the bid.
Okay. Then it'll be free. It'll be free.
You just won't make the rebate.
You won't make the rebate.
I got a 0.0025
He's counting.
One more question.
Sure, question, go for it.
This is actually is it Claudio? Okay. Yeah, earlier you mentioned that you showed the graph and, you have been trading for a very long time, full time, and this is your job, right? And this is your full-time job. So you showed us just how you and one of your colleagues were doing, and you kind of mentioned in your story that you're not doing well this year. You did, and that your other colleague is doing much better. He's 1.5 million or something like that. And you guys trade exactly the same. Okay.
We're not right next to each other.
Okay.
So we trade more or less the same, but saying that we trade the same things, no. Even if we were right next to each other in the same computer, we will not trade the same.
Okay. I just want to clarify that, and I also wanted to thank you for sharing that that you are actually not on the plus side, being a professional in this field. But how do you get yourself mentally? You talk about that graph, and you see the top of that graph, right? Getting over that hump is so critical to pushing yourself above and beyond.
So it's so relative. So I can be down 5 figures Friday, and then Monday I do something good, and I erase that loss. So I cannot think that I'm gonna keep on going into the hole. Again, Monday is a new day. So I need to start fresh, like Pao, Alex, and all them says. You have to plan your process and work on your plan every day. If something's not working, you at the end of the day adjust. And tomorrow is another day. That's why we all pregonamos. How do you say pregonamos? Preach. We all preach stop losses, because that will blow your account. Like loss, 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 loss. Once you see a pattern, there's something that you need to change. And that's why all MIC says, look for a tap. Because then and the most sincere he is, the better is for you. You don't want a tap that will go like, oh my God, James, you did so bad. No, you want a tap like Alex that will kill you. You know, like what the frick are you doing? You know, I need tap.
So maybe what I'm hearing is somebody that can give you some logistics behind, not just the emotions, right? Because, right, yeah, because if you're not seeing it, so you don't know when to make your adjustments. Because I'm hearing that you need to stick to your basics because that's your core, but each and every one of you are so different.
Yes,
right.
That's what makes it this is a reflection of how the world is. Everybody's different. Everybody teaches different. That's why we have so many channels. You just have to see what resonates with you more. You're a long swing trader. You're an intraday long trader, intraday short trader. You know, the thing is that people think the MIC is all about shorting. That's not true. I think we've made the point clear here that we're all in different areas and we're all in different levels too. We cannot be people that think that MIC is a box and everybody's the same. They don't know what they're talking about. You know.
So if one of us want to discover, like, because I'm new, I'm a week old, okay, joining MIC. I have never traded before, and so I'm trying to figure out where I fit. Where do I fit? Where do I belong in terms of what kind of trader am I? And so, like, getting to know every one of you here has been kind of interesting, but like when you dig down to the logistics, right? How do you within MIC, where do you go so you can kind of get a feel for what everybody does, so you can kind of discover yourself?
Okay, I know the answer. It's like you're going to kindergarten right now. You're a first grader, and as a first grader, you're not going to ask, "What do you want to be when you're 35 years old?" Right? The first step is learn arithmetic, learn to read, learn the alphabet, and so we have courses that start exactly like kindergarten. So Nancy, girls that trade, she those are the classes that you should take. She takes a brand new person like yourself, brand new to trading, shows you how to do arithmetic, shows you how to read a chart, the terminology, like what is a bid, what is buy, what is long. And so you go through those classes, then you go to accelerator, and then later on you're going to graduate to second grade, third grade, go to high school. Because even in high school, did you know what you want to do for the rest of your life? No, right? Even in college, you didn't know. So along the way, and then like in college, like I want to be an engineer, and then I became an engineer, and like I hate being an engineer, you know? So those things evolve over time, because like, you know, so right now when you get in, you're not, people think that you're expected to know exactly what you're gonna do. No, that's why people fail. They do not have the core fundamentals. This is why Asians, I don't want to be racist stuff, but this is why Asians do well in school, because we study hard on the fundamentals. We didn't even think about making money. We're just happy to freaking be in America kind of stuff, right? I'm happy to have education, because in a lot of the countries outside of America, you don't have good education. So I'm happy to be able to learn how to read and write and do good math. And so that's why Asians do well in math. That's the core competency, which will lead you into being a better engineer, because you need math. So it's a different type of, so I want to instill that type of education within MIC. That's why we don't think about long, short, think about, do you even know what a chart is? Later on, you can figure out what you are good at, what fits your personality. So yeah, go to school.
I was gonna say, I think there are core principles, the foundational stuff that don't change, such as proper stock selection, risk management. Like there's emphasis on the principles. That's not gonna change. That's across the board. So it comes down to the different styles and the little nuances. That's really the focus should be, like Bao said, get the education, understand everything. Then you get to learn about your personality. Do you want a long? Do you want a short? And then you start getting into the actual like granular details. In the beginning, you want to look at the big picture, and that's actually building good habits, focusing on the principles, and the foundational stuff.
Trading is like a brand new language. So you have to learn, so how do you learn Spanish, French, English? You start with the alphabet. And then with the alphabet, you learn words, then you learn sentences. then you learn how to use senses properly in context. Then later on, you're going to learn slang, right? Curse words. The F word is like 1,000 different definitions of the F word.
Have you seen that accelerator?
Yeah.
Okay, so how many times?
I just finished like literally yesterday. So I'm gonna go back to it again.
I think I recommend direct messaging Girls Trade 2 in Slack. She does a guided trading basics series.
I asked her for.
Perfect.
So
Yeah,
all you
that
guys
we.
are new, that brand new trading, I advise you. It's like going to class. She's gonna have a classroom environment, Zoom, and then you can ask her questions. You need to know what a chart is, all that stuff. Right now, you're so, it's like a language, I'm telling you. You need to learn first alphabet.
Yeah, so we just put in the webinars chat in Slack her guided series. So if
Someone
anyone's
tagged
new,
you.
Yeah, if anyone's new or anyone wants to sign up for Trading Basics guided series, it's going to be in the webinars chat. Just register. It's like a live Zoom classroom-esque environment. In her professional life, she's a professor, so she makes it more formal for you guys.
I think to simplify everything that they said is that you need to choose what resonates with you the most. You don't choose, I don't choose Alex's style, I don't choose Bao's style, I don't choose Edson's, James, Klaus, Stevens. I don't choose their style because that's going to make me the most money because I'm not them. I don't know how they think, I don't know how they function, I know how I operate, I know my life, I know what I need to do when I wake up, and I know what I need to do when I get to the screens. I know how I'm going to act. But the only way that you're going to learn that is you have to watch everything. You have to watch Alex's content. You have to watch my content. You got to watch everybody else's content. You got to watch Bao's content. And whatever style you are attracted to the most, that you can comprehend the easiest, that's the path you go down. That's that like Bao is explaining with the career. You choose the career that resonates with you the most, unless burger flipping is what James does, but that worked out, I guess. But you choose the style that fits your personality and your life, because what we do in a day is not what you do in a day. What I do is not what they do. What they do is not what I do. That's what you have to choose. Maybe you're not available to trade at the first 15 minutes of the day. Maybe your day has not even begun. Maybe you're not a morning person. Maybe it starts later. Choose the strategy that suits your personality and what you're personally and financially comfortable with.
But when you're starting out, you're still far away. That's like
You're way far away.
You're right now in elementary school.
Yep. You got to go through all the steps first of watching all the content, taking all the courses, learning all the material, and then you go, that style is what resonates with me. Or maybe you invent your own and you create your own thing.
Yeah, a lot of people want to skip ahead.
Yeah.
It's like, get your basic foundation. I'm telling you, spend your first year solidly learning the foundation. And that's going to translate to what you're going to want to do with trading. There's so much different avenues.
Alex started us alone, remember.
Yeah, I bought stocks and they just went straight down. So. Yeah.
We change. One day, you know, it'll be different.
Yeah. Yep. Let's do a last question and then we're gonna. Oh, okay. Let's do last question and then 2. We'll call it a day because.
Well, first of all, thanks for all you guys do. You can really tell you guys care. If you're trading shorts or on small caps, you're up against a variety of manipulators, algos, market makers, investment banks. I mean, there's even some stocks that Bao doesn't trade. So how do you know when you're up against a acceptable level of manipulation, and how do you know when you're up against an unacceptable manipulation?
Yeah, the honest answer is everything's manipulated, right? The entire stock market is manipulated. The whole thing is. The only thing to kind of determine it, I would say, is float size. If the rule is that if Bao and I could buy the company, you don't want to short it, right? So it just all depends on float size. So I would say anything less than 3 million in the float is dangerous. Anything less than 1 million is super dangerous. So I would just say the entire market is manipulated. The entire market is almost like a con. The big money is controlling the market anyway. But depending on the float, if it's very, very low, you'll get yourself into trouble.
Yeah, it also depends if you're long or short. So everything that Alex is saying applies to short seller. So you should do the opposite if you're long. If you're long, you want to go along those nano floats, okay? And so, but the answer is this: everyone's different. I may lose on the stuff that Alex makes money every day, and vice versa. So look at what you're winning and look what you're losing. At the end of the day, cut out the stuff that you're losing. Figure out what's the commonality. You traded 10 different tickers and you lost on all those 10. What's the commonality? It could be, oh man, I lost on shorting anything that's under 1 million share float. So I'm going to stop that. So that's everybody's different, right? I'm making money on the things I make money on. But the things I'm losing money on, it could be the stuff that he's making money on.
If my eyes are open, it's too much manipulation for me.
I don't really have a question. I just wanted to take a moment. I'm coming up on my year anniversary with MIC, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank the moderators, the leadership group, all you guys. The whole community has been amazing. And the weekend as well. I mean, I know we still got another day going, but thank you so much for everything you guys do.
No, thanks for coming.
It's unbelievable. Like I'm going to be honest with you. For you new people, I don't think I've waited 10 minutes for a response from anyone, including Alex, ever. So you guys are in the right place. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. We do it for you guys. We really do it for you guys. So right now it's around 4:30. So if you're part of the Success Trader laser tag, just meet in the lobby around 4:45. If you're part of the private dinner, meet in the lobby 6:45. And tomorrow live trading, be in here 8 o'clock. Probably get started at 8:39, but
I'll be here way earlier. So. Early.